In a world teeming with supernatural claims, from aliens and ghosts to cryptids, religions, and other unexplained phenomena, enter Captive Desk that offers a skeptic's perspective. Join us for engaging discussions, opinions, scientific analysis, and a dash of humor as we delve into the unknown, unravel the mysterious, and confront the otherworldly as we seek to distinguish fact from fiction at the Captive Desk. Greetings. Welcome to the Captive Desk. Hello, Zach. Thanks for joining me. Hello, everybody out there. Got folks in the chat already. Good to see you. Tori, Spooky, Rochelle, Commander. Hello, everybody. And yeah, we are international this evening. Zach joining us through the miraculous technology we have of overseas in real time talking. It's just amazing. Great time to be alive, you know?
Yeah.
So Zach and I have a lot of similar interests, and I came across this video, and it is not only a pyramid video, but this gentleman was also a creationist and doing a little looking around. He has an interesting bio. He was a 30-year veteran of the Los Angeles City Fire Department, and he retired as a commander. And good for you, sir. And we commend your service. Good job. However, before his retirement, he got interested in the evolution versus creation debate, and he directed his focus to the biblical account of creation and the global flood, and specializing in Genesis, like one of our favorite people, Ken Ham.
Yeah.
So guess what? He was interviewed by Answers in Genesis, and he accepted an invitation to attend their training in Kentucky. Interesting. I didn't know this occurred. So as a result, John is a certified video conference coordinator for Answers in Genesis.
Bam.
So there's his credentials. And since then, he's been focusing on defending their faith and answering questions surrounding the book of Genesis, as it is the most attacked book of the Bible. That's what he says. And to effectively proclaim the gospel of Jesus Christ. And let's see, Presbyterian Church in Jacksonville, Oregon is where he resided. So, and then, because as Zach and I was talking, you start talking about pyramids, and there's so many things. I mean, there's so many different rabbit trails we can go, and down the holes and back up and around. And I said, you know, yeah, Zach, you know, he's been reading some stuff in that book and everything lately. And I said, hey, good timing. There's so many things. And then you go around the world, right? You've got all kind of megaliths and statues and all kind of things that have all kind of fantastic stories about them. And, you know, it all connects somehow by some people's logic, how these things work, right?
Well, if you have enough red yarn and pins, you can make anything work.
That's right. So lots of string, lots of pins, lots of walls. So I figured that this video is a little bit older, but I wanted to show that it's still the same stories going on, right? So I came across this short, and I figured, well, we'll look at this short just to show that this stuff is still current, right? And this is Billy Carson, and if you know who Billy Carson is, he actually has like a degree in everything. confusing on which school he went to, but apparently he went to a school.
Well, at least it was
And
one.
apparently he went to a good school, I guess. And and he specializes in his own business of development of alternative propulsion systems and 0-point energy devices.
Wow.
And he has the Forbidden Knowledge TV channels and everything else, probably all copyright incorporated, everything else. All right. There's Harvard, MIT, Duke. There's different things, so I'm not really sure, but apparently he went to school. So, but he has some interesting views.
He very much does.
And so we'll look at that a little bit and have a little fun. And maybe, we'll discover there is some alternative source of power that we could just all hook our microwaves up to. And
yeah, screw fusion. They made it in the past, so we should just start it again.
So we're going to take a look at this. And thanks for joining us. Hello, Al. Good to see you. Brojo. Spooky. Did I say Spooky? I don't think I said Spooky. Hey, Spooky. And Tori. Yeah, everybody. Hello. We're going to pull this up and we'll have a little look here and have some fun.
Well, welcome to Focus Today with John Middendorf, who joins us. Good to see you again.
Well, it's a pleasure being here, Steve.
Yeah, it's nice to have you here. And John does a lot of research on his own and brings it to the table. This is the table, right?
Okay, and as I pointed right off the bat, he does a lot of research on his own, okay? And that is mostly what he learned at Ken Ham University.
Well, that's where you got to research on your own. They don't know a goddamn thing.
But apparently they learned him good, and he knows all about all kind of things now. So it's going to be interesting. I promise. I've watched it.
Here on Focus Today. So he has brought it, and I see it has a picture of the pyramids, which I know you have talked about before with ancient technologies. You're kind of in this series with Perry that way. And we're looking at the Cheops Pyramid, which is, that's like the big kahuna, right? This is the one that people go into. I've been there myself.
Yeah, you've been there yourself.
And
exactly
you see it?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest ones. And you know what's fascinating about this is it's right outside of Cairo. I mean, our hotel, when we looked out, we could see just in the little mist, there were the pyramids, and the city has grown up almost right to it. So
yeah, it's almost like it's been there for thousands of years.
Yep. It'd be a fascinating place to go see, depending on the political climate there. That's always.
I always hate looking at it from the other angle. All the trash, like you see a KFC in the distance or whatever. It's kind of sad.
The pharaohs are tears in their eyes.
Yeah, and you get close enough at the bottom, there's graffiti everywhere and everything, and it's rough.
It's a great place to visit. I'm thinking with the Muslim Brotherhood, not the best time to go right now. Yeah, but that's why we have John here to take us there to see what we need to know about it.
Yeah, actually this series, Steve, we started back in January, and it was based on a foundation. I don't want to forget this. That ancient technology, in other words, how smart the ancient people were, points right at the Bible. Adam and Eve.
It's always great how I love how it immediately goes, well, just they had technology, so it means the Bible. Just right out the bat, he doesn't even have to say a sentence, and that's just bam, we're already in the it's the directness of thought you've got to admire the most, don't you? You know what I mean?
I'll give it to him for getting right to the point. He's just going to say, I went to Ken Ham University. So we got you. We got you.
Were created smart. So should we be able to look back into history and see evidence of ancient technology? Yes, we should. And yes, we do. Pyramid's a classic example.
Especially since we still don't really know how it was built. I mean, it's such an amazing wonder of the world.
You know, it's interesting that the giant pyramid of Cheops, where you've been, it's the biggest pyramid of all the Egyptian pyramids. It's almost 500 feet high. That's a 50-story building.
Oh, it's huge.
Oh, yeah, you've been there. It's the most colossal building ever constructed by any civilization. And if we can...
No.
It's a lot of blocks.
No, yeah, but not even in the ancient world. No. The Great Wall of China.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And it's a bit later, but that's well bigger. You can see that from space. Well, an amount of space anyway.
It is big. It is massive. It is impressive.
It certainly is. Do you know what I always love
Yeah,
about this?
sure.
The theories that they make up about this stuff. It never talks about the stuff Egyptians actually had. Do you know what I mean? Like Egyptians had like weird forms of like steam engines and stuff they used as toys, and they never went no. They had trains, none of that shit. They go no, it's always aliens or some shit. You know what I mean? It's like they actually had amazing things that we completely ignore, and they never talk about them, and it's weird.
they were doing medicine stuff too. So I don't want to talk about medicines on here or nothing, but they're talking about the ancient Egyptians were doing stuff where they've shown in the skeletons, you know, where they were fixing broken bones and holes in the teeth and whatnot, and so yeah, but it translates a lot from having smarts to having all the infrastructure you need to build all the technology behind the things, no matter how smart you are, you know.
Yeah.
If you know how to do it and you don't have the stuff, it doesn't really do you any much good, right?
No.
And we're going to see a lot of that.
Yeah.
Bring up Figure 1. We'll show the people what it looks like. It's an amazing piece of architecture.
And we see the cap on the top. That used to be all the way down the side, so it was very smooth and everything. And I think over the years they kind of they took it and it was marble.
Succeeding civilizations, the Ottomans and the Romans and everything, because it was so precise, they stripped a lot of that off and they used that in their building construction. But they think that back in the day that was built, of course, it's the only one of the 7 wonders of the world that's still left, that was white limestone, polished limestone on the outside of the pyramid.
Right.
They think the top cap of the pyramid, the capstone, was sheathed in gold. And they think when the sun rose and set and when the rays reflected off of the pyramid, you could have seen it from the moon. It was that grandiose, so to speak.
Yeah.
Well, how close does he think the moon is? Does he actually think the moon is where we say it is?
I didn't really know how to look that up, but hello, Carrie Ann, good to see you, and Tilting Windmill, good to see you. Everybody joining, hello. Yeah, if anybody has got a comment, if you think if the pyramid was all polished, nice and white, could you see it from the moon? I'm not sure.
Well, you know,
maybe.
Well, you know, if the moon is an secret alien base that has like Death Star technology, I suppose you'd be able to see it with a camera or something. We
need to ask the Moonanites and see if they've spotted it.
Yeah.
But yeah, fantastic. Yeah, it was polished all on the outside with the white limestone because that was a lot easier to work with. So that's what they finished it with. And yeah, that's the same thing when they build buildings and houses today, right? The structure and everything doesn't look nice, right? You cover it with siding and you plaster your walls, right? So yeah, but it is you know, a big old pile of rocks. What? Now I think there was also an earthquake too that damaged it and caused it to kind of crumble a little bit too, if I remember right. So, but yeah, it was stripped down.
Yeah. Well, there's always people trying to get in grave robbing and shit as well, because doesn't one of them have a big gouge in it?
Well, that's one of the things they'll bring up is not finding mummies. And yes and no, there's evidence of mummies in a lot of these pyramids, but they were stolen or, you know, just broken apart looking for jewelry. Yeah.
Well, no, a lot of them got moved. So after Graveyard started, they actually started moving them to the Valley of the Kings, and then moving them in other kings like
so there were mummies, but the story of when they say they haven't found mummies is kind of sketchy, because they say they have found, like, somebody dropped some bones, and they found them. So.
Well, we also have records of them moving.
They were built. They were built as tombs. Okay, and and a lot of them were buried underneath, not inside. So it's like a big old headstone, right?
Well, yeah, because it wasn't just supposed to be them in there, was it? It was also supposed to be servants, favorite fucking consorts and shit. So they would have company, in the afterlife and stuff. So it wasn't supposed to be just them.
I think the 3 Great Pyramids were for a grandfather, a father, and a son.
Yeah.
So there was, And hello, Ape, how you doing? And Nerdy Rodent, hello, Nerdy. So, we know what they were for. And, of course, maybe they were for something else. We're going to see.
But back to the ancient technology, that modern technology and, of course, evolution says, oh, no, man wasn't that smart. And, of course, we've gotten smart over the alleged thousands of years. But really, when you look at the pyramid, and particularly if I can have figure number 2, if you look at a lot of the magazines, and particularly evolutionary literature, and this is a classic example.
Okay, now, you can tell he's a creationist because it's evolutionary material. Okay.
Yeah, it's evolutionary material to talk about.
I don't think a whole lot of evolution comes up when they're working around the pyramids. Okay, that's not their field, right?
Well, no, we evolved to be stonemasons. You see, so God made Adam and Eve, and then they had a bunch of children, and then some of them grew up to be stonemasons, and some of them grew up to be kings, and other ones grew up to be beggars. It was just, evolution took them to the jobs. That's why we get all the last names that we have. You know what I mean? It was our genus name, basically. We've forgotten. It's our kind name. That's the one.
and the creationists have a problem with the pyramids, because no matter how they want to date them, they have a problem. Because if they date them right after the flood, then you have to have all those people raising up all these civilizations, and they've got a problem. So they just don't like the pyramids.
That's why they sometimes pretend that it was Moses's people that built the pyramids, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Sure.
Because we'll give them 1,000 years or so. We'll give them a couple thousand years, and it'll be fine. That's enough time to grow a civilization from scratch, right?
Yep. And don't forget, they were having civilizations going to war, right? There was big civilizations all going on. So, yeah.
But hey, the flood means that those wars were really truncated. It was like the ages. They just made them seem longer. They just changed the times to make it,
Yeah, well, creationists like to fudge times. So, yeah. All right, what else we got?
Example, this is the Penguin Atlas of World Civilizations. It specifically says, and I'm quoting, that the ancient Egyptians, 2560 BC, was a simple farming community that did not have the wheel or the pulley and used simple farming tools. If I can have figure 3.
What?
Okay, no, the wheel and the pulley came along more towards the end. I looked it up. Early Egyptians, no, they didn't have it, but that technology did come along later. So.
I even just mean the description of Egypt at the time, because Egypt was more farming communities more closer to 3,000 to 3,500 BCE, when it was like 2 different kingdoms. Because it wasn't even like Egypt. There was like the Northern Nile Kingdom, and then it's the Northern Nile Kingdom, and there was the Southern Nile Kingdom. You know what I mean? Yeah. And there was only, I forgot his name. Is it Kufa or something like that actually united them? And that's when they started building the Mustafas, which eventually led to the pyramids. And that's like well before than 2500 BC.
This is even a better description of it. right here. And what they try to allude to the fact is the ancient Egyptians just had basically simple tools. If you watch the Nat Geo channel, you'll see these Egyptians with hammers and copper chisels beating on the granite, you know.
Yeah.
And of course, when we look at the pyramid today, they were doing things that we cannot do today. In fact, there's a lot of evidence that they were using very sophisticated machinery, as I said, doing things that we cannot do today. So,
okay, now there's a lot of these stories that go around that how smooth and perfectly cut the rocks are in the pyramids. Okay, this is not true. Okay, the pyramids also used mortar. Okay,
One of the other things
together.
One of the other things that smooths out the rocks is a few thousand years and an immense amount of pressure pushing down at the lower levels, smushing everything together.
And they had a lot of sand. Okay, sand is great for grit, and if you grind one stone over another stone, you can get a nice fit. And that's one of the possibilities I've seen, and it makes good sense. You know, you grind two stones together, you get a good fit. You machine them. You know, that's like early machining, right? You're machining the two pieces to fit.
Well, I bet
And like he pointed out,
yeah.
that the outside then was finished with limestone, which is a lot easier to cut. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that. So if he thinks all that's impressive, I bet his mind melts if he saw anything from all the impression stuff at Göbekli Tepe that looks like better made than almost anything in the pyramids. That's also much older, and even older than he thinks the world is. So that's fun.
Well, and you know, they're like most of us, we do look at a lot of this stuff in awe, right? Because not everybody can sculpt things, especially when you only get one shot at it. You know, when you're carving like in a mountain, you know, and you're carving it out, you only get one shot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of pressure, a lot of pressure not to chisel the nose right off, right? And they, you know, and so a lot of people do have an awe for artists, right? And I do myself. I think these people are fantastic how they can take a rock and make it look like something amazing, right?
Yeah.
But people can do it. People can do it. People do it today. There are people that are that dedicated.
Right.
That sit there with the chisel on the thing. Yeah, you can. It is. So it's not that far-fetched that somebody could chisel on some rocks, and again, using sand for grit and stuff like that, you get a more abrasive surface to cut with and everything too.
See, the thing I love about it is like they cut a bunch of cubes. Or rectangular cubes. It's perfect. It's rectangular cubes. Oh my God, we couldn't do this today.
Just couldn't do it. Just can't do it. And he's going to get to level and whatnot next, I think, here.
Yeah.
how do you line that up then with a simple farming community that did not have the wheel or the pulley? See, it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. So what I wanted to do was just briefly this morning, if we can finish, if not, we'll continue next month, is just talk about the pyramid. And I think the people will be amazed at some of the things that they were doing that points up to the fact that they were a lot smarter than we give them credit for, and smarter in some cases than we are today.
Yeah. And
Okay, we're going to see. There's been a lot of these claims made, and we'll see.
Yeah.
We're that much smarter than we are today. And they'll use a lot of the arguments that, you know, why aren't people doing it today, right? Well, it's not efficient way to build buildings. That's why you build them with steel frames and stuff, right? And then, like we were saying, and then you decorate the outside and the inside, and you just building it out of stone. It's just it's not the way to do it. We have advanced technology, so.
Yeah, and plus it's like we have cranes and we have, you know, motors that move things, and we use hydraulics efficiently. Like the idea that we wouldn't be able to do this today is just silly. We just choose not to because it's dumb. It's just putting a bunch of stones in a big fucking pyramid. Okay, it's not special. It was back then, but it is no longer. That's why we don't do it. Yeah. But people need you to think that it's so much more mystical. So we couldn't do it today. That's why.
No way.
Do you see anyone else doing it? No, of course you don't. It's only back then. because it was only for then. Now we've just lost all the technology. It went behind the couch. I don't know. It's just gone.
I've had that theory too. I think that we have this arrogance of the now concept,
Right.
that because we're alive now, we're so much more sophisticated and knowledgeable. Hey, we've got the internet, than these people are.
Yeah, I'll point out that, toilet paper isn't that much of a recent invention, and splinter-free toilet paper is even a more recent invention. Okay. So maybe a little advanced. Okay. And again, I'm not knocking the artists, and I'm not knocking the when they do animations and they paint back in what they think it looked like, when it was all painted back in the day and everything. It was probably beautiful to look at. Absolutely. And credit to the artists, right? Let's give some credit to the artists, right?
And I think you're exactly right on that. I mean, there's still a lot of mysteries we don't know about, and you'd think if we were that smart, we would.
Exactly. Let me talk just for a few minutes. And by the way,
Big
the
mystery.
notes, Steve, I've got here, these are far in more detail than the notes that we handed out last month. And when I got back into the pyramids for today's program, this thing wound up to be 22 pages long.
Wow.
And of course, with all the graphics and everything, if people...
Wow, he put together something 22 pages long.
22 pages of notes, and they're all pictures.
Yeah, I've done that. I've done that myself many times, and then I had to cut it down because it's way too long. Yeah, he doesn't have even a book. He has like a online doc that you can get with his stuff. So,
well, that's how you know it's the most pure and up to date information, because it's just whatever he's jotted down the day before.
Yeah. So. That's what he's flipping around with those papers. There is his own little collection of stuff he gathered somewhere from Kenham University, apparently.
I'll give him that.
I didn't know there was Kenham University. I'm going to have to find out about this.
Yeah, we can all go on.
want to copy these notes, it's hispeoplerejoice@gmail.com.
Okay.
And this is on specifically the ancient pyramid of Cheops, or Khufu, in Egypt, which is about 2500 BC. Let's talk about technology just for a second. And I know you're familiar with a lot of stuff because you've been there. 2.3 million gigantic blocks cut to within the nearest thousandths of an inch.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Let me repeat that. The nearest thousandths of an inch. And
all of them, every single one.
I couldn't verify that claim. No.
I mean,
again, you can get a good fit grinding rocks together, and you can get an even better fit when you use mortar. And apparently the three ingredients for the pyramids are different kind of rock and mortar. So,
well, hey, if you can look at it now, you can see that it obviously fits together perfectly. Forget all the gaps and forget all the erosion and forget all the other signs of wear and tear that it displays. It totally, when it was made, was 100% fitted together, and you can tell because it's the way I've seen it in my mind. So it's fine.
I think when you went up the Grand Gallery, we'll talk about that in a minute, that you said that you cannot hardly see the joints of the blocks in the pyramid, correct?
And I made a notation of that.
and I looked this up, and what I saw when they were walking around in there looked like mortar between joints to me. So
that's just patchwork jobs from later on. You got to discount that. That's not showing the real.
Yeah, they
just
come back in and touch. I went looking, and it looks like there's mortar joints in that room. So, go look for yourself. If they don't show it here, I'm not sure, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Because you put your fingernail and it's almost just a line between them. I mean, you can't even stick your fingernail in there because it is so incredibly accurate.
And so precise.
And it all was that way.
Exactly.
Entirely.
A couple other things.
Find yourself a brick building and try to stick your finger between the bricks.
it's not even just that. It's like they could, yeah, you think that like these, you're talking about men. It's like these are guys that probably have no nails and they couldn't get the nail in between it too if they wanted to. Do you know what I mean? He's acting like he's some woman that's going out on the lash trying to pick up men. He's got nails out to here or whatever. They could go, look, I can insert it like a credit card. Do you know what I mean? And it's like you couldn't. What are you on about?
Yeah, I'm gonna cry mortar a lot tonight because it seemed they use mortar, so no, you can't get your finger in there.
Hey, if they want to cry martyr all the time, then we can cry mortar. I think
there we go. We've got a mortar complex.
100,000 casing stones. So those are the stones that were the outside of the pyramid that were the polished white, and their precision is equal to modern machine shops, but not on modern building sites today. And this is a
no, that's a soft stone, easily cut. And once again, if you just take another stone with some sand and you polish it, and you can mate to the other previous stones and put a stick across there, like basically how we do concrete now, you just put a stick across. It's not hard to figure out to make it nice and smooth, not on a soft stone. No.
I think my favorite bit about it is the only thing that he's taken this off is a few bricks at the top. There's none of it for the rest of it. And he's like, all the bricks were exactly the way I say it was. You can see those ones up there. I know you're not allowed up there to look at them, but they definitely look the way I'm describing them. And the rest of them that aren't here, they were exactly the same as well.
Well, what they're going to get to are the fancy rocks inside, but you're going to notice there's only a few fancy rocks inside. And then there's a little bit better rocks that build it. And then there's the softest rocks to finish it, right? There's a reason, right? Because they're harder to work with. Get it? Are we getting it? We're going to get it. Watch.
fascinating parts, Dave. The meridian running through the pyramid divides perfectly the continents and the oceans into two equal halves. The center line of the pyramid lies at the center of gravity of the continents.
That's it now.
And I don't know what the heck he's talking about.
It's almost like the world is like an oblique spheroid. So it's almost like if actually you took, I don't know, any spot on the Earth, you could actually do the same thing, because we only divide them up in the way we see them because of the map. And the rest of it is just basically a globe shape, you know, because it's a globe, you know, like a planet.
They found some plots on the map and they said, oh, look, it lines up with this line right here. And it's like, well, so does everything else. That's what those lines are for.
I always love how often it's like, it's also, did you see the ley lines around it? It meets up with the ley lines. Well, when did you find out these ley lines? Well, I drew them in before, and it just happens to line up with these, and it's amazing. It blew my mind.
Supposedly there's these lines in the Earth that emit the magnetic field, unlike how the magnetic field is actually emitted.
Yeah.
What their theory is, it's emitted through like a bunch of certain cracks in the Earth. And that's the best places to build things like these pyramids. And supposedly that's where they build them. And in other places around the world is on these super magnetic cracks in the Earth, because that's where the magnetic field gives you powers. It's from what I can understand, they're just, no, it doesn't exist. All these things do exist, but how they're describing them doesn't exist. But you can look it up yourself. That's the thing
when you're talking about things.
We're just talking here. You know, we're not. This isn't a video. I don't have all my citations prepared or none of that kind of stuff. You know, this is a do-it-yourself show. Okay, so I went and looked at this stuff. I'm telling you what I found and what I saw. Okay, go look for yourself. You know, because that's what you should do, right?
I don't know. That's dangerous nowadays. Do you not think? Too much of the internet is false, really, and pushing this sort of thing. Doing your own research is dangerous nowadays, because people go, well, my Uncle Jeff gave me this page that gives out this kind of information, so you should look at this. Have you seen this Twitter page? Oh, by the way, this Instagram. And you know what I mean?
That's who we have here is Uncle Jeff right here. He was coming up on retirement, and he wanted to keep busy, so...
I mean, he does look off sleepy right now.
Yeah.
Hello, Mama. Presentation.
we got Big Bad Mama stopping by. Good to see you, Mama.
Word up, yo.
Yeah, so you know, he needed something to do, and it's all good. You know, I'm all for it. But you got to remember, he's a retired fireman. He's not a scientist in any way, shape, or form. Other than Big Bad Mama. While you're here, supposedly this person went to training at Ken Ham's place. I didn't know Ken Ham had training facilities to teach people to get like a degree in creationism. So this is fascinating. I learned something new tonight. How about that? Maybe the Hawaiian shirt guy can go over there and get himself another degree.
Hey, it's all about numbers of them, right? It doesn't matter where they come from.
The faces north, south, east, west are perfectly aligned north, south, east, west.
All right, now this bothers me too. Every time they say perfectly aligned north, south, east, west, because that changes.
Yeah. It's almost like there's only actually one type of technical north, and that's magnetic north. And it's not even the way we view north. Everything else is purely theoretical. I've come to start to believe that actually north is the Antarctic, because that's where the whole of the ozone layer is. So
Fair enough.
But like it's all just there's no way to know what north and south and east and west is. It's all just fucking
Yeah, this always bothers me when it's perfectly aligned. Well, it's only perfectly aligned at certain times of the planet's existence. I say perfectly aligned. So
yeah, you don't want to start talking about it being aligned with constellations or anything. You know what I mean? They don't shift ever.
Yeah, and that stuff too. It's like I'll grant it to them. You know, okay, it was lined up with stars and stuff, and sure, so good. You know, okay, it doesn't mean anything other than they used them for markers, which sailors can still use today to find their way if they need to. Right, so it still works. Good for them. And that's advanced technology, though. You know, okay. Stars. That's advanced. I'm getting advanced tonight. I am getting so advanced.
Well, stars are sci-fi, right? So it has to be advanced. You can't not be advanced to be sci-fi.
Okay. We're going to figure this out.
Well, how do they do that? How do you
How indeed? I want to know. Come on.
take the center of the landmass of the Earth and position a 50-story building perfectly
wait.
in the center of the landmass? How do you put a 50-story building and perfectly design the continents of the Earth?
No. Pause it for a sec. There's another guy who said he's figured out the center of landmass, and he says it's in Turkey. So, you know.
There you go. We are fact-checking on the spot, folks. I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it too. We're going to see what it says. Let's see. Where is the center of land mass on the Earth? That's what AI says. It's in Turkey. 39 by 34 coordinates.
It's great. It's like
there you go, folks. We have fact checked it with the wonders of AI.
So
internationally, and nope. No.
So a few thousand years ago, when there was more land because the Ice Age hadn't flooded as much as it had done yet, does that mean it would change? Like Doggerland. Do you know what I mean?
Somebody moved it.
Yeah. Because like Doggerland used to be there until it got hit by a tsunami, so that's going to move it this way. There was the whole Zealand place around Australia up to Indonesia, so that's going to move it a little bit. So it could turn up anywhere.
The Nephilim slid them over.
It's the only ones powerful enough to do it.
And like where they were, they moved them. Well, okay. Nope. So that's not right. That is not where the pyramids are built. So nope. Okay, next.
when you're a simple farming community.
Yeah, right.
It's very difficult
and on
to do.
such a grand scale too. Because it's not as if you can take it and tweak it
Right.
after you're done.
Yeah.
It's there.
Yeah, you can't.
Why would you do
can't
that?
tweak the outside at all. You can't tweak the inside. There isn't sign of remodeling work on the outside or inside of any of these whatsoever. I don't know why you'd say such a thing. They
Well,
just made them and they were just left.
They had some kind of primitive idea of surveying things out and laying lines, to build their stuff. It was, you see the recreations, and it's, the pathways aren't all crooked, and you know what I mean? The temples aren't all crooked, right? They knew how to make, and you know what? It's not that hard to figure out how to use a string and a plumb line. And you know what else? Water finds level, right? It's pretty obvious they had a primitive understanding of some kind of what we would call surveying and laying out lines. It's not that amazing. They were doing it. The cities were laid out in lines, right? A lot of these.
The stuff the Mesopotamians were doing 1,000 years before that is equally as impressive.
Yeah.
The Stone Cone Temple in Eridu, like the actual what are they called? Oh, bollocks! The big the cities ziggurats. The ziggurats they built the cities on. Just how big those eventually got.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's 1,000 years before that. I always wonder if these people they like to hit onto like Egypt and to stuff in South America and stuff like that because it doesn't have any connections with Genesis. Because if you look through any of the Mesopotamian stuff, you can go, actually, there's quite a lot of similarities there. So we've got to ignore them. You put them over to that side, and you forget. Look at the pyramid. Isn't it fantastic? It's like, have you seen the size of the Stone Cone Temple or Eridu or the actual Temple of Water for Abzu that was completely built underground that just kept on getting bigger and bigger and bigger? I'm going to forget about all that stuff. The pyramids, they're up in the sky. They look like giant Kathias. They're fantastic. Look at it. You can see beams coming
Well, like you said, it's because everybody knows the pyramids, right? They want to mention it because people...
Ones, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You go, oh, you don't know about these.
It's like me. I go on a search for pyramids and look what came up, right? So... Unfortunately, this stuff comes up too, right? You take the good with the bad.
Well, Mesopotamia doesn't have a Stargate series. So I think if Mesopotamia had a Stargate series, we could really get some conspiracy theories but funneled in that direction as well.
Oh. Yeah. There's just so many. There's so many.
Yeah.
So many conspiracy theories, so little time.
It's on such a grand scale. If I can have the next picture, which would be picture 4, this is a picture of the capstones, what's called the capstones on the outside of the pyramid. As we just talked about, those were polished white. And so the pyramid was basically a brilliant white with a gold capstone on the top of the pyramid. And as I previously mentioned, they figured that when the sun reflected off of that you could have seen that from the moon. It's amazing. And
okay.
You could see it from the moon if the sun was reflected on it at that one time of day when both the moon and the sun are in the same sky at the same time. And as long as there's no cloud cover, or does it go through the cloud cover? Does it burn through it? And that's why Egypt turned into a desert. There was no rain allowed.
It was probably very bright, painted, or polished white. I'll give them to it. And it may have been, symbolic to them too. You know what I mean? The reflection off of it as well. Who knows? I'm not an Egyptologist, so sorry. We need.
Hey! We have the same amount of training as him. We can speak at the same amount of authority.
That's right. Well, I don't know. I haven't been to Canham University, so.
Oh, right, yeah. True.
I don't have that document.
Might as well end the stream. What's the point?
I'll have to get Big Bad Mama will hook me up with a Hovind degree and some crayon. Yeah, and we'll be all set.
Yeah.
You think, well, it would take something big to do that. Well, the pyramid contains more stone than used in all the churches, cathedrals, and chapels built in England since the time of Christ. You can
Oh
That's a
boy,
lot of
it's a
stone.
lot of rocks.
Yeah,
Hello,
it is.
Robin. How you doing? Good to see
What
you.
up, yo?
It's a lot of rocks. We've already established that. And another thing is, what a lot of folks don't know is it's not all stacked blocks. There's a lot of fill in there too. Okay, just debris. Okay, it's fill. All right, because again, as he keeps pointing out, it was polished on the outside, what you saw, and where you go into what he's going to bring up as the king's chamber, it's all nice stone and it's all nice and pretty. And all around the outside is fill. Okay. So just keep that in mind especially when they're talking about all the things it does, it's mostly fill. So a lot of their things are going to fall apart because it has a lot of fill in it. So.
Also build 30 Empire State Buildings with it. You could also build a wall 3 feet wide, 3 feet high and 1 feet wide across the United States and back again.
Dum dum
6
dum.
feet high once across.
I didn't even fact check this stuff because I don't know where he's getting it from, and I don't really care
When you
if.
pull numbers out your ass, it doesn't matter.
Well, it's a lot of rocks, so he probably punched something up on a calculator and got that. It's whatever. I don't really care. I'll point out again though: is the Empire State Building made out of stone blocks?
Yes. No. Oh, sorry.
No,
I thought it was a trick question. Damn.
no, it's not. So fail again there. Fail again.
That's how many stones we're talking about in this pyramid. And
Not
so,
exactly the wall that Donald Trump wants to build along the border, but
Exactly right. The last thing in technology, the notes have a lot more things about the pyramid. I don't want to cover a lot of that today. But the base of the pyramid covers 13 acres. And this is 4,500 years later, and today is level to within 7/8 of an inch.
that's the whole thing. It hasn't cracked or anything, and it's not listing. It's not like the Tower of Pisa, you know.
Right.
Yeah, it's all
Again, I'm pretty sure it's been hit by an earthquake, and
Well, the thing is,
getting level is within
easy.
tolerance, and you can do it. And if it's a little out of whack, that's what the mortar was for. See, I'm gonna keep going back to that.
See, the thing is, right? Actually, this is one of the rabbit holes I went down. Actually, so actually, the pyramids of Giza and other pyramids that were built around that time were actually very specifically built on big chunks of bedrock, because there's a pyramid called the Bent Pyramid or something like that, and it looks bent because it's got an odd angle at the top, because this guy built 3 pyramids. He's like that fucking guy in Monty Python. You know, he's like, oh, you know, do you see this castle? Well, we built this castle and nobody said you shouldn't build it on the swamp, so we built it on the swamp. Well, that sank into the swamp, and then we built another one. And this guy did this. He built 3 pyramids before he died. And one of them is like a bent pyramid, but because he was building it at such an angle, and he was built on no bedrock whatsoever, that it just started to sink into the sand, because it's the desert and it's all sand. And they're like, so I guess actually what we have to do is build it this way. It's mental. If we go back and look from all the old pyramids up to there, we can actually see how they built them, because they got.
And I want everybody to pay attention to what Zach just said. It's built on bedrock. Okay, and that's true. I looked that up as well, because they're going to bring up what's supposedly underneath the pyramids, which isn't there because it's bedrock. Remember that.
Yeah. Now, you might want to ask, okay, here we are, 2016. How do we know that the stones were cut to 1/1000th of an inch? How do we know that the base is level to within 7/8 of an inch, and blah, blah, blah? And basically, it's metrology, the science of measurement. We didn't know that until we had GPS, lasers, and the rest of it today. So that brings up the question, okay, 4,500 years ago, how did they do that?
How'd they do it?
See?
Yeah.
With a string and a rock tied on the end of it, and some water, and measuring, what is it, 3, 4, 5 is to get a square, and there you go. You can do it.
Well, especially when you're building on bedrock, it's almost like you could just carve it into it, and you could use that as your border.
It's the same thing with circles. You know, if you tie the string and you walk around with it, you make a perfect circle, pretty much, right? The string is ancient technology for building, and they obviously knew this, as we already said. They had some kind of primitive understanding of surveying out lines. So to make a square, even a really big square, is the same procedure. It's just a lot longer string.
No, but they're old. They're a really old civilization. They shouldn't have that kind of technology. Did you not hear him say a few times they were a simple farming community?
I guess they were limited on how long they could make a string.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long's a piece of string? About a pyramid's worth.
They had to have some type of a measurement system that was fully capable of duplicating what we duplicate today.
No, they used a different measuring system. A lot of them used cubits, and it doesn't really matter what you used. Again, if you use the formula to make things square and everything, it really doesn't matter what you're going off of. If it's still a 3, 4, 5, it still works out. So it doesn't really matter.
See, I'm pretty sure as well that at this time, Egypt would have been using the Mesopotamian number system that runs off a base 60 system. So like they would have been running off that. Because we can see, I'm pretty sure, I'm less sure about the Indus Valley using it, but I'm pretty sure there's evidence of that there. But there's definitely evidence of fucking Egyptians using that system from Mesopotamia because they were the only people around. Do you know what I mean? There wasn't like all the kingdoms around making up their own shit.
Yeah. Well, and it doesn't matter what. There's obvious they were using measurement systems. So there you go. The debunked. I mean, they already discovered measurement systems. So it's not miraculous for the time. So there we go. What's up, old Joe? How you doing?
What we do today. When you start to get your mind around this, you're thinking, hey, wait a minute. These people, in some cases, were just as smart or as brilliant as we are, and maybe even a little bit smarter once we get into this a little bit more.
No, I think you're right, because we haven't figured it out. Yeah.
Exactly.
They're smart people. They were smart people. Well, that's another myth, is that they were built by slave labor and everything and stuff. And there might have been some, but these are artisans. They knew what they were doing, right? They knew how to make things square and get them level. That's what they did.
Wouldn't be surprised if they moved the thing, because they always say, "Oh, they dragged him there," and it's like, well, no, wouldn't they just move him like they move the heads and just waggle them from side to side? Because it's so much fucking quicker, and you can do it with massive bits of stone.
And then don't forget, then the artisans came in as well, and they painted everything. They carved statues and everything, So it wasn't just this, They rave, and it's magnificent and all, but they're kind of ignoring, all the other artisans. It was a big artistic, you were probably kind of into it if you were an artist, right? It was your time to shine, right? You got paid to be an artist.
And everybody that took part thought they were lightening their load for fucking thingy to wear the hat and the feather and stuff and all the, because they had the fucking, all their lives were basically revolving around death and preparing for it, because that's what life mattered. That's why they built all this shit. It meant something to everyone just to be part of it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I can understand it. Sure. So we had people that were great artisans, and again, spiritual aspect and all that, and they did a heck of a job. So that's where we're at. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
You're right. If I can have, how much time do we have before the break?
We've got about 3 minutes.
About 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Let's bring up figure 5, and let's take a look at the inside of the pyramid, and basically, let's just talk about, before we go to break, let me get the picture right here. And what the picture is looking at is the inside of the pyramid, and of course, there's two things that we know about the pyramid. Number one, it was not a funerary device. It was never built to bury a pharaoh in.
That's not correct. And Robin mentions the river and whatnot. Yeah, there was I'm not sure if it's in one of these videos or not, but there is a video that shows north to south or whatever where the pyramids are from where the quarry was. And they said, how did it get there? And right in between there, you can see the Nile River. And it's like, well, look at the map, dude, right? You got the Nile River on the exact route. He's asking, how did they get them there? It's like, kind of pretty obvious. They floated them up the Nile River, right?
Yeah, it's almost like what that giant civilization built around a river wouldn't use it. No, they'd just leave it alone, and they wouldn't transport things from Nubia and all this stone and all this different shit always down the river. They would never have done that. Never. No, they didn't use it for farming.
The water thing is going to come back around, I think. Here.
Yeah, it is.
And Carrie says the oldest rope was found 50,000 years ago. So I'm pretty sure Egypt had a string. So thanks, Carrie. There you go. We're debunking them left and right. And thanks for the help there. Nope, can't use the excuse that the Egyptians did not have a long enough string. There you go.
All pharaohs today are found in the Valley of the Kings. In fact, the U.S. Egyptologist, Dr. Mark Lanier, said we have never found a pharaoh in any pyramid in Egypt. There's over 108 pyramids. And the other thing that we know about...
That doesn't mean there weren't mummies there.
It's because, we have the records of them moving them.
They were moved, they were looted, and everything else. Yes, this is known. That's why there's not a mummy there.
If I remember correctly, a lot of it happened during... I'm pretty sure it's the second intermediate period after the Hyksos got expelled, where like Egypt proper fell into disrepair, and fucking people were grave robbing left, right, and center. So the pharaoh started moving shit, and you'd have 2 or 3, 4 mummies like all in the same, must have all fucking put together, and you know what I mean. We found some of them there as well. But it doesn't matter that we have because like Egypt is like Mesopotamia. We have so many records of everything they did from the time. It's mental.
I went looking, and they think they have found like a few bones that might have actually been what was left from the mummy that was there. So there are some where it looks like they either just fell apart, or when there was transporting, a bone fell out or something. They have found some bones. So. But yes, they were built for the mummies, even if you don't find mummies there. And often underneath, they didn't all have the chambers inside. A lot of times they were buried underneath, and the thing was over the top of them like a big headstone. So
what the pyramid is, it is the interior design of the pyramid far exceeds what you would do for a simple funerary device.
No, never look at any really expensive like fucking tomb or there's a word I'm looking for specifically. I can't remember what the fuck they're called.
Mausoleum, or
that's the word.
Mausoleum. Okay.
These people don't spend loads of money in that shit at all. Don't look underneath the entirety of Paris. You know what I mean? And
there's Deviant. This is right up your alley, Deviant. Good to see you. Their arguments with these things, once again, to get these shafts and stuff, I mean, they look like, angles, right? Not a big deal. And when you're building it, if you want to leave empty spaces there in between the rocks, then you do. So, there's shafts, and the reason is to put the tomb up in here that they're going to say it wasn't for the sarcophagus, but I think it was. Deviant can always tell me if I'm wrong.
And I'm not 100% sure about the
we'll
big
see.
three Gaza pyramids, but there's plenty of pyramids that also had stuff like that put in to be like fake mazes and traps and stuff like that as well to deter people. You know what I mean?
He's got it figured out though, because he researched it. So.
Yeah, he's got 22 pages of notes.
So, just real quick, let me go ahead and label for the people that are watching this that back in 820, a caliph, Al-Ma'mun, bore into the side of the pyramid, and they think he was probably a tomb robber. But at any rate, when he bore in, that's A, he bore into and hit one of the passageways of the pyramid, which is called the descending chamber, and that's B on the graphic. And that goes down 350 feet into bedrock, down to D, which is called a subterranean chamber, which they don't really know why that was there.
And it's actually below the pyramid.
350 feet into bedrock. And by the way, that entire chamber only varies a quarter of an inch for 350 feet into bedrock. I mean, you could just spend...
What?
I don't think so. That would be an incredible tolerance.
How the fuck? Yeah, like, come on. How the fuck are you? It's just the fact is like that chamber in the bedrock has moved a little bit, and you're like, what?
And besides that, obviously, you would do the tunneling for whatever you wanted underneath, which might have been, again, for somebody else's tomb under there before you built the pyramid. So,
yeah. Plus, it's not hard to.
They dug they dug a tunnel again. Okay, we got tunnel digging. Yeah, we got tunnel digging and polishing the softer rocks to hide the fact that you can't polish the coarser rocks real pretty like that without a lot of labor.
So these guys dug underground for copper, and they found copper, and then they dug under the rock with copper. But I can't believe they could do that because they've already done it to find the materials they needed to do it in the first place.
Trying to remind people there's different kinds of rock, but it's not for the reason they think that it's built with. So that's kind of a hint there.
All day just talking about the precision. Okay, then you have a well shaft, which is E, which goes up through a grotto, which is a small room, which is the base of the pyramid. They don't know what that's for, and that goes up to the ground gallery. But let me go back to the normal entrance to the pyramid, which used to be B, which used to have a 20-ton stone that rotated, that was so precise you could not tell where it was on the outside of the pyramid. You only knew where it was if you were familiar with the inside of the pyramid.
And I went
Lord of the Rings, indistinguishable when it's closed. You wouldn't be able to tell.
Yeah, I went looking for this, and I couldn't really find it. I didn't spend a lot of time, but supposedly there's a rock perfectly suspended that you can just push, and it just spins around at the pyramid.
I've never heard of this before. Like, even the doors I've seen described in pyramids don't describe them that way. They're always described as having like a rope lever system.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So if somebody knows about this, I didn't look deeply, but I couldn't find it. What I kept getting was like the Coral Castle in Florida with the big rock that's balanced really good, that you can push around, but it's still a.
Plus, how would he get this, considering this would have to be in the bit of the limestone, in the marbled limestone that isn't there anymore, wouldn't it?
Yeah. See, Deviant says the pyramids are representations, recreations of the Egyptian idea of the soul's journey to the afterlife. It's complex and very interesting, and sadly, too much put in a live chat. Yeah, Deviant, like we said, we're just exploring one little thing here. We're not trying to do a deep dive, because Zach and I both agreed that trying to cover anything with the pyramids would require a series of videos. That would be a lot to dive into. So we're just looking at a few things here, and we already know there's so much. Just look around for some of the stuff they're talking about. Already has you trailing off. So yep.
And you could push that open and close with one finger. 20-ton block. Anyway, let's go back to that drawing again. So then we have the normal entrance, which was B, which went.
I'm going to have to call.
Say 20-ton written on it? Like the old cartoons.
Yeah, I'm going to have to call a Mythbuster on that or something. I don't think that exists, so we'll see.
Down to what's called the ascending chamber, which ascended up through the pyramid, which is G. And that went to the base of the Grand Gallery, which you've been in before.
Yeah, and it gets right into the center of the pyramid. It's an amazing thing.
Exactly right. How big was that ascending chamber?
Center of the pyramid. Good place to put somebody's body for a tomb, right?
Yeah. It's almost
not over here in the corner or something, right? Kind of in the middle, kind of in the middle.
Very central to the whole thing. Very symbolic.
When you went up the ascending chamber.
As I recall, we went up a side of it because there was kind of an open shaft area.
Okay.
So I don't know, I think it was a walkway that went up, and it looked as if that's where stones had been slid up or down, maybe down the last time. So it was kind of a larger area. It was a smaller area that went into a bigger location. I would guess it was 20 by 20, something, or 15 by 15.
That's
maybe.
probably the Grand Gallery. Why don't we do the Grand Gallery real quick, and then we'll take a break. We can go back to that drawing. The Grand Gallery is probably one of the most interesting passages in the pyramid. It's 29 feet high and about 7 feet wide. And if I can go to the next drawing, this is an amazing picture of the Grand Gallery, and you've been up that probably, right? And what's interesting about this, Steve, is it's made out of red granite, not limestone, and if you look very, very closely at the shelf on either side of the walkway, you'll see there are slots in the shelf. There's 27 pairs of slots.
And, Deviant, we appreciate it, Deviant. Yeah, we do something sometime. Yeah, we'll get a hold. Again, this is just for fun. We're just having some laughs here, but yeah, Zach and I have both talked about maybe doing some videos in the future, so I appreciate it. And Deviant is our Egyptian expert, so to speak, around, and we always appreciate your input. Thank you very much.
I have lots of questions about the Hyksos. Lots and lots of questions.
You could spend some time with Deviant. Maybe have Deviant on your show there, Zach, and have a little chat.
I have lots of conspiracy theories. I need them.
And I want you to notice something. Remember they were talking about how you couldn't get your fingernail in the cracks? And I said, it looks to me like mortar. Now, here's the shot, okay? What do you think, folks? Does that look like machined, or does it look like mortar?
I think you're being overly critical. That obviously is just wear and tear. You know, people have been trying to stick their fingernails in there for generations upon generations, and eventually, every time you stick your fingernail in there, just a little bit more of that stone comes away. Do you know what I mean? And I think really you're being entirely too harsh.
I'm calling the mortar card again. Looks like a mortar job to me. So, all right.
You know, 2 on either side as you go up. And then if you go up 2 blocks above each slot, there is another groove or a slot above each slot. And of course, the question comes up, why did they have the grooves in the slots in the Grand Gallery?
Right.
If we can go back to the picture again, at the top of the Grand Gallery, and I tried to brighten it as much as possible, it's what's called a ratchet-style ceiling. In other words, there's tiles. They're on a 45-degree angle, and all the tiles are pointed towards the top of the Grand Gallery. As the Grand Gallery goes towards the top, it starts to narrow down, kind of like a funnel.
Okay.
Before it goes into what's called the antechamber. So why don't we take a break, and we come back, we'll talk about the antechamber.
Okay,
and the
you're going to leave
chamber.
us stuck inside the pyramid. But that's okay, we will
just
get
temporarily.
out.
Temporarily.
Okay. John Middendorf on.
Yeah, and this I blurred this a little bit because of the music. I wasn't sure, you know. Yeah, so John's got some interesting ideas.
He definitely does. So far, I'm convinced.
And yeah, stay tuned because we have somebody we're going to take a look at after John here who has some very interesting ideas too. So we'll try to break it up here in a little while here. We should get through this and we'll get to the next one. Oh, and I have a bonus video if you stay till the end, just for fun. So stay tuned for that too.
Welcome back to Focus today. John Middendorf joins us as we are talking about the ancient technologies that in many ways were far more advanced than what we have right now, because
there's no evidence of that. Okay, disclaimer, there's no evidence of that.
You sure? He said it. And if he wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. I mean, his name's Steve Johnson. I mean, like, that's a trustworthy name, right?
It surely is.
They couldn't do what they have done, and we've only been able to measure what they have done. For example, with the pyramids, just in the last few years.
With our precise equipment.
That's right.
GPS as a good example.
Now, John took us into the center of,
and they keep going to bring it up. What folks did was they went out and measured it with GPS because that's what we have now. Okay, and they said, "Oh wow, it's a square," and it's like, I think we already knew that. You know, they figured that out a long time ago. They said, wow, they built it nice and square. So this is, GPS doesn't make a difference saying, oh, GPS, like it means something. We know it's square, okay?
I thought he was saying that because, like, GPS says that it's people say that its coordinates are like exactly the speed of light, don't they?
Oh, you're getting ahead of yourself. That's the next video.
Of the pyramid. That's where we are now, on our way up to the main area. We're in the what is that?
That's the
hallway
Grand Gallery.
The Grand Gallery.
Yeah, but if we can bring up figure number 7, this is probably the most interesting part of the pyramid. And it's called the King's Chamber. And for the people that are watching, you can see the Grand Gallery coming up from the right, and then it levels off and it goes into what's called the antechamber. And you'll see there are 3 stones. Those 3 stones can be moved up or down by ropes attached to wooden rollers. Of course, they've been removed now. But those stones were...
Didn't he say at the beginning of the last video that actually that Egypt at this time was just a poor, like, farming village, basically, that didn't have things like ropes and pulleys?
Yeah, now they do.
Yeah, now they had it for the inside bit. So when they started it, right, and they were working it out, they hadn't invented ropes yet, right? So they started laying the bricks, and they got up to the king's chamber, and then, you know, Imhotep over here went, Eureka! Oh, the Egyptian equivalent, and went, I have discovered rope. And they went, oh, this is going to make it so much easier, so we could do it for the door. I wondered how we were going to get the door open. The other one, they can move with a push of just a finger, right? But this one, we need to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, apparently, right.
It's like,
I just got a message here. Let me share this right
does
quick.
the break that they put in is supposed to be like a make you forget about the other bits, and now we can spin the wires here? Is that why he was asking about the break? I got to know which bits to say in this bit so you forget.
You're gonna see it's all rigged up. Watch. Here we go. Joe at the Kentucky Atheist is taking on the ARC protest this year, and he's working on some artwork, and he was just sharing some preview of the artwork. So, just so everybody knows. Now, this is not in stone, mind you, okay? I'm just sharing this to help Joe spread the word, but get a hold of Joe over at the Kentucky Atheist to follow for all the kind of details and everything, all right?
Yeah. If only I lived not 3,000 miles away.
Adjusted up and down within the pyramid.
Yeah, okay. All this, he thinks the King's Chamber can be adjusted up and down with some pulleys and ropes.
Yeah, but if those doors
with stones that weigh, what, 10 tons or whatever they are?
Yeah.
Okay.
He did say, I can't remember. He said they were a few tons. But it doesn't matter. The door at the front was 20 tons, right? That's 20 tons that you can move with a finger. So with the rope and pulley, it should be easier, right?
Deconverted Man says triangles. Yeah, it's always triangles.
Yeah,
there you go. There you go. And left-handed Jedi, we invented rope to build the pyramid. See?
Yeah, it's the only way.
They needed rope.
For a reason that we'll get into here after a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, then once we go through the antechamber, if we can bring the picture back up again, and we'll leave it up for a couple of minutes. Then we go into the antechamber. Now, there's a couple of interesting things, Steve, that I want you to look at. You'll notice that you have like an A-frame on top of what's called the King's Chamber complex, and you have limestones that go down from that, but the darker stones that are in the middle of that are completely suspended or separate from the limestone of the pyramid.
No.
You working on that one?
Yeah, sure.
Now, what
freestanding.
It's freestanding, exactly. And what the...
He's saying it's freestanding and all that. It doesn't make any sense.
No. Just look at the picture, right? You can see quite clearly on the right-hand side that there's a big square, right? And there's nothing underneath it, right? That's where you walked it.
Yeah.
And then if you look on the left-hand side, you see that they conveniently made the brick actually have a gap in it. So that little gap means that it's freestanding, and they're all just floating there.
The only thing I can understand he means by suspended is that they use big rocks across the top. But it's not suspended.
No, I don't think he's saying that because of what he says later. Because he says something in a minute where it's like it can all move around. So
I know, that's what I mean.
Suspended.
You can just move it around. you or I could just walk up and move this thing around, and it's
Yeah,
like,
well, if it's easy enough for that 26-ton door, it's just some rocks.
it's amazing. It truly is.
Do you know what? They really were ahead of their time.
I've already seen this, and I still don't understand it. So I'm hoping to understand it this time.
The Egyptians did was they made the pyramid out of limestone, but the King's Chamber complex is made out of red granite that has been shipped in from Aswan 500 miles away for a specific reason. And what
could that be? Because, as I've been trying to say, you use the nicest stone for the nice little tomb part, right? But you did.
Yeah.
That gets a little crazy asking for it to be the whole thing. So you get one chunk conveniently, as we already pointed out, in the middle of the pyramid, right? In the middle. I don't have my MS paint up here. Forgive me, deconverted man. But in the middle of the pyramid is this really nice pile of rocks, finished real nice for the tomb, so to speak. Then you have other rocks for structure.
Yeah.
And then you have other rocks to finish it off with, right? Different, see? And they're, all right, and each one is harder to work. So only the one in the middle is only these few big blocks that are the hardest to work. But these are the pretty ones that they wanted for the chamber. Pretty obvious why. I don't see any
that sounds
mystery to it.
Rational, but this man has 22 pages of notes, and he severely disagrees. I don't see your 22 pages of notes.
I know. I got to get 23 pages out. And
then I would believe you instantly.
you have is, if we can go back to the drawing, is you have 5 rows of beams that weigh up to 70 tons each, and there's 43 of them. And you'll notice the top of the beams have kind of a rough appearance, and it's obvious that each beam...
Well, what? They kind of have a rough appearance? Yeah. Okay. Just wanted you to notice that. Rough appearance. Yeah. It's not all finished with lasers, is it? No. Remember the laser cutting, and it has to be whatever super smart Adam and Eve people with lasers?
Well, the bottom
why rough cuts here? Why rough cuts? If you're cutting stuff with a machine, you're cutting stuff with a machine, right? Or a laser or whatever magnetic super duper powers you got. If you're cutting perfect lines elsewhere, why, when you're cutting these big beams, is it a rough cut?
Because Dr. No needed it to fight James Bond.
I'll tell you why. Because on any part that showed, it was cut nice, and any part that wasn't, they didn't bother to finish it off. That's why. Forgive me, bite my tongue for trying to ruin the fun or anything, but
we're just here trying to listen to men dispense knowledge, and you're doing everything, and frankly, I'm appalled and a little offended.
Well, we were hoping for a little more of a challenge, right?
Yeah,
has been hand carved, and this is what they think today because of sonic tests done by NASA. They're hand carved to resonate at 438 cycles per second, which is the basic frequency of the Earth.
It's the basic frequency of the Earth. Basic frequency.
They fired something into bedrock and got the same frequency of the Earth?
Right. It's like, so, even if we're going to say, how everything is vibrational, it's all different things. But it's just the amount. You take the vibrational frequency of the solid core, and then you take the vibrational frequency of the magma in the mantle, and then the crust and the different elements in the crust, and then when you put them all together and you take the median average, you get about that, and you're all right. And it's only made from the Earth, so I guess it would be about the same. Everyone knows about the
Yeah, so okay, I'm with you. You got the same frequency of the Earth. All right, I'm with you.
At least we can all agree on something.
I didn't look that up. I don't know. I didn't know if there was a megahertz of the Earth. Maybe there is. Some of these things I don't look up because it just doesn't sound right to begin with. I think Google might get mad at me for asking dumb questions or something.
I hear this. I hear this sort of thing, and then it just makes me think of like these hippies that'll like come up to you with tuning forks. Bing. You've got the right. You've got the right vibrational frequency now. Do you see how you're vibrating? Vibrate.
These folks are all about the vibrations. Yeah. Lots of vibrations. It's all vibrations. You're going to get more here coming up.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what's also interesting is if you look at the King's Chamber, it is suspended on what's called an egg crate underneath the block. So in other words, the entire King's Chamber is freestanding within the pyramid, and it's capable of resonating at a resonant frequency. If it was a part of the limestone inside the pyramid, it couldn't. But it was specifically designed to be separate and big. There's thousands of tons of red granite in the pyramid specifically that are separated from the pyramid. Why?
You see,
because they built the pyramid around the tomb.
Yeah. But you know, it's built on egg.
Come on, John. Come on, John. It's John, right? I want to make sure it's John. Yeah, it is John. Make sure you get John. Come on, John. Oh, the name's on the screen. I should pay attention. There it is. John. Come on, John. More of a challenge, John.
It's built on egg crate stones, you see.
Yeah,
that makes it. It gives it the pliancy to move. You know what I mean? Pliancy. That's a word I just made up. I meant to say pliant, but there you go.
The whole thing move or no, I don't see that either.
Wait. That means it'll be safe from the earthquake. When the earthquake happened, it'll just move around on its egg crates and it'll be fine.
Oh yeah. Maybe they had advanced earthquake technology. Yeah.
Hey, yeah.
No.
We could learn from them. We could learn volumes.
I can guarantee around the outside of that tomb is a bunch of fill. So what does the fill do? That's what I want to explain. What does it resonate at?
The same frequency as the rest of the earth.
Same as the rest of the earth?
Yeah, he said it before.
437 megahertz or something.
Yeah, something like that. And
isn't that an AM radio station or something we used to listen to as kids? You know.
Well, maybe that's what the gold top was for. It was just an antenna.
Yeah. Oh, that's one of them for sure. It's sending energy up to the alien ships or whatever. That's
yeah.
Would you do that? See?
Oh yeah.
And the reason why it's felt they did that, if I can have figure 7A, it's called a piezoelectric effect, that if you take red granite, it has a 55% percentage of quartz crystal. Quartz crystal is capable of transferring mechanical vibrations into electricity. It's called a piezoelectric effect.
Sure, okay.
If you go back to the old cat's whisker on the crystal and the old radios, 80, 90 years ago, that's basically how that worked. Now, let's go to the next figure, which is figure 8. We're moving along here fairly quickly. Now, you've been here.
Okay. And here's another shot of the chamber.
Yeah.
And, it looks like mortar to me.
It's just gum. It's just tourists go in there and they just drop gum and they can't do anything about it.
I'm just reminding folks, I've been the mortar guy here, okay?
Yeah, He's got
that looks like mortar. That looks like mortar, right?
It's
and that looks like a sarcophagus sitting right in the middle of the nice rocked room, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
But it's not to put anybody in.
No, of course not.
It's just for nothing. Okay. Sure looks like a box for me, or a body box to me, but okay. I guess not.
Here, Steve, this is the inside of the King's Chamber, and that's what's called the sarcophagus. That's what people think. Well, if they were going to put a pharaoh inside the pyramid, that would have been his coffer. But the problem is they never did, and they've never found any pharaoh inside any pyramid.
And it's fairly small.
Doesn't mean that's not what it was built for.
Yeah, and it's not like people were the same size that we are now.
Hi, Jess. Good to see you.
Yo.
Let's see. We got the pyramid is a giant radio to contact the aliens. Yeah. Or it could be a toilet. Okay. We'll have to look for evidence of plumbing. That's all the wrapping is for. Oh, I get you. And Sumami, hello. We're keeping you up late.
What place?
It's not real big.
It's fairly small, but when that was hand carved, and I'll talk about that in a second, that was a 70-ton piece of red granite or pink granite. Okay? The side of the sarcophagus is broken off, and they feel that was done, hundreds and hundreds of years ago from tomb robbers trying to get.
By who? Tomb robbers. Yeah. It's not a tomb. But there was tomb robbers. Okay.
Well, they thought it was a tomb. They didn't realize what they'd found.
Being clear.
Yeah.
Trying to keep this all straight in my head. It's really hard. But there's tomb robbers that broke into the tomb to rob the tomb that wasn't a tomb. Got it? Yeah. Got to write it down to follow along. You might need to.
Well, that's why he had 22 pages of notes.
Oh, and I didn't want to forget to mention Zach joining me tonight. Thanks, Zach. A lot of fun. And Zach's link is in the description. If you're not subscribed over to Zach's channel, make sure you take care of that, okay?
Yeah, you should do that. I'm about to chill
Get into it, and of course the top is long gone. But here's the interesting part, Steve. Now,
and the top is long gone, right? Somebody made off with it. Even though it was a big, huge rock, they managed to get it out of there. Most of that was probably built around it. They managed to get one of those big rocks out.
Yeah, but that's why there's no limestone left. They just got on top, and they just gave it the old heave-ho. It just crumbled the way down.
Oh, well, Billy's got another theory.
I want you to tighten your seatbelt on this one.
All right. John's coming up, I think, with his reason for all of this.
No, but we're just going to, I think, solidify how smart the Egyptians were.
Okay.
That was a 70-ton solid piece of block. How did they hollow out the inside?
Well, I have a lot of questions. That's one of them.
Okay. Sure. We're going to talk about how they did it. Because modern quarries in the United States, precision quarries, are asked how would they do it, and this is how they would do it. They were incapable of doing it the way the Egyptians did it, which I'll talk about in a second. What they would do is they would make you 5 sides, the 4 sides, and then the bottom, which is your 5th.
Sure.
They would ship it to the job site and bolt it together. Here you go. That's not what the Egyptians did. They took a solid piece of granite and they used 18-inch tube drills. And if I can have the next picture brought up, this will explain that.
You know what they used? They used drills to drill it out and then to chisel it from there. Okay. Again, a lot of work, but this is not the whole pyramid. This is just the sarcophagus, just the one rock. Remember? Okay. One rock. They're making extra super special. Okay. Inside of a room with little less special, but nice rock, surrounded by fill, surrounded by rock that was a little easier to work for construction and sturdy so it would hold it up, finished by another kind of rock. But the most time and effort was put into one rock, just this one rock. Okay, keep that in mind. One rock.
They make out like the Egyptians would have found this that hard to do. And to be honest, we've replicated the way they did it using diamond dust and corundium with just brass.
And
or copper, sorry.
So
it worked fine and it left all the things that we're supposed to find, but who cares when we find out how they might have done it, right?
So concentrating though on the fact that how did they do it, which is when they know how they did it. And it's not a matter of a big deal because, again, this is just one rock that a lot of time was spent on, probably by the very top people that were good at not cracking it and having to start all over again, right?
Yeah.
They were probably the best picks doing this, and they spent their time carving this out, and that's what they did. So, okay, but it's only, I just wanted to point out, this is only the one. They're trying to make it like, oh, this is just one out of all the rocks. This is the one that was extra special. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the extra special box. So, you
Yeah.
have to, it needs different reasons.
So you have a different grade as you're going of how special the rock in the box is.
Yeah.
The rest of it, not so much. Finished off with a nice finish.
That's the top of the sarcophagus. And what they do is they take an 18-inch tube drill. A tube drill is 18 inches, and of course it's hollow in the center. So when you drill down, you're drilling basically a circumference hole that goes down 18 inches.
Okay.
And the center of it is left, and that's called the core.
All right.
Are you with me on that?
Yeah.
And if we go back to the picture, you'll notice they drill all of the holes in there, and then what they do is they come back in and they break off all of the cores and the webs which are left in between the drill spots. And then the inside of the box is machined. Let me repeat that.
It was smooth.
Oh, up until that point, yeah, okay. Yeah, he does look like Dan, doesn't he? You already described how they did it. They drilled out the holes and they knocked out the spots in between. And it was probably people that were well trained at doing that. And okay, then you said it was machined. It was, yeah, in a sense, but that doesn't equate to something they already knew how to do. And then all of a sudden they had to finish it off with lasers or something. You're making a big leap there, John. Big leap, right?
Yeah. Well, but Egyptians were well known for the machine technology.
Yeah.
So
I know I've got it in my back. I got it in my background here. See, I got the cranes and everything.
And how are you going to get such photographic evidence if it's not real stuff?
I know. How did AI know how to do this if it wasn't real?
Exactly.
I mean, I got cranes, electricity, all that stuff, right? So it has to be real.
It has to be.
Smooth. Yeah.
Well, not only is it smooth, it's smooth perfectly to where you can take a machinist square, which is perfectly smooth, put it up against the side, any place that you want, put a flashlight on one side, and a light will not shine through.
Gee, almost like they probably used a square when they were finishing it off, right? Okay.
No.
I'm not impressed. They knew how to use a square. We've already established they knew how to use a square.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be a simple farming village. So, and they weren't a world power at the time in the slightest. Just simple
even if they were, for the pharaoh, right? You're going to make a nice fancy square because they needed a nice fancy square, and they would make you a nice fancy square. It's
the squares are beyond the power of Egyptians. So
yeah. These things bother me because I like to bring up, I like to do stuff with my boys, right? Father-son projects, just so they have a basic understanding of things. I always tell them, I don't expect you to be a carpenter or whatever, or mechanic or anything, but hey, if I have a flat tire or if they have a flat tire or whatever, hey, we're going to learn how to change a flat tire. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. And so when I've taught them, hey, this is how you use a level and a string and stuff, so your stuff looks nice. Even if you're just putting in a garden or anything, not building anything.
Yeah.
If you just don't want it to look all cattywampus in your yard, right? Use a string and measure 3, 4, 5. You get it square. Everything's nice. It's not hard to do. So I try to teach them those things. So when they are just going on and on about, they couldn't make a square, it really bothers me. Who's insulting who? You know what I mean?
Well, I love that he says stuff like that, but at the start, he was like, these people were more intelligent than you think, and they aren't that dumb. But these simple things, no, they couldn't have done that. That's far out.
It's perfectly smooth. Sides, bottom. And by the way, the use of tube drills that we just talked about here is called trepanning, T-R-E-P-A-N-N-I-N-G.
Okay.
Okay. Now, this is where you've got to tighten your seatbelts just for a minute.
Okay.
You say, well, how could they do that? Well, not only did they do that, they know if I can have picture 10 brought up, and this is going to qualify what I'm going to say. If you look at that, that is one of the cores, and there's hundreds of them outside the pyramid. It's called.
So they have the cores from drilling it out.
But you know, it's still small. So don't worry about it.
They can't do it, but there's the core. John, John.
No, but it can't. I'm sorry, it can't be from the time. It says UC 16036 or 38. So that has to be from now. So it couldn't be from then.
Oh, John, you shouldn't have showed this. You shouldn't. This is not good evidence. That they've got the cores. Okay, we know how they did it, John.
Pyramid junkyard. They took the old stone and the stuff.
Okay.
They just threw it out in the junkyard.
Sure.
That is one of the many cores that is outside the pyramid. If you look at it, it has grooves in it. As the drill went down into the granite, and by the way, the only thing harder than granite is diamond.
Okay.
As it went down, you would leave the grooves on the outside of the core. By measuring the distance between each groove, they can tell what the feed rate, how fast the drill went into the granite.
Oh.
That don't sound right.
It's partially right? So the thing is because it's like I was saying before, they were only using copper, and the only way we can find that they actually did that is using some kind of diamond dust with water, or is it corundum with water, and diamond dust does it on its own. And they had to have used those two things, one of those two things. It's the only thing that with bronze, no, it wasn't the Bronze Age, it was definitely copper, that could have actually done that. But I'm not.
Well, it would leave the lines, but it wouldn't tell you how fast, right?
I'm not. I mean, it might do, because it might be like each bit is like, you know, how far it actually went down, but I'm not 100% sure.
Trying to figure out what the lines to me just means that there was irregularities in whatever they were spinning, and it was leaving a line.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, probably.
Okay?
Yeah.
Are you ready for this one? The feed rate of modern drills is 0.0002 inch per revolution. The feed rate of the Egyptian drills was 0.10 inch. In other words, the Egyptians' tube drills were 500 times faster.
A lot faster. Wow.
500 times faster than what we use today.
Yeah, see, that's where I'm losing him.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I'm not getting how they're getting speed out of it.
No, well, he's just going, well, if we do it with lasers, or we do it with water, you know, and we just fucking cut shit with water, we're doing it at a more precise thing, so it takes longer to do. That's the only thing I can think of aside from he's pulling it out of his ass.
And like, yeah, as pointed out, Jin points out there, you know, they use sand. You add sand to everything, and it increases whatever you're doing. So as you would make a cut, you would keep adding grit to it to help cut, versus clearing it out like, you know, modern machinery clears the groove out, you know, to keep it clear and everything as it cuts. Well, they would be throwing the grit back in and taking advantage of it.
See, there's another. He said that there's only one thing harder than this granite, and there isn't. There's another thing, and I can't remember the specific name, but there's the silica bits in the granite. When you force that together, that actually makes a harder substance than the granite itself. There you go. Like, if you're fucking moving shit with that, that's going to tear into it as well.
So they're using their own sawdust, so to speak, from the granite.
Yeah. To
help cut the granite.
They probably didn't know about it, but yeah.
But even by accident, sure.
Yeah.
Well, hello, Ollie. How you doing? Good to see you.
Yeah, anytime.
Representing.
Now, if you can wrap your mind around that, you say, okay, they had some type of a machinery that, and by the way, today, machinists will say the only type of machine that meets that qualification is ultrasonic machining. If you can wrap your mind around that.
Baloney. This is baloney. I'm sorry.
I've never heard of using ultrasounds to cut open rock.
Yeah, you already explained how they did it, and then you go to, oh, it has to be done by a machine. And it's like, no, you already explained how it's done. It's already known how it was done. And people have been drilling holes through rocks for a long time, too. I'm sure that would go back tens of thousands of years as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were using them for anchors and stuff, right? Yeah.
I mean, because like even if you look at like the ways that bits in the stone cone I always nearly say Stone Cold Steve Austin every time I say it. It pisses me off. Stone Cone Temple in Eridu or Mesopotamia or whatever, or like the water temple of the Abzu. It's all built underground, and it's just all fucking built like that. It's built into the rock. You have to cut this stuff away. So many old ritual temples and stuff like that is just literally carved out of the rock, and they didn't just go in there and scrape it away until there was nothing. These people knew how to do this quite efficiently. They did it all the time.
So, sorry, John, we're scratching them off here. You're not doing good at all. You haven't impressed me yet. You haven't impressed, but we got a few more minutes of this, so you're going to get another shot. So,
then you have to wrap your mind around what type of a power supply do they have to run that type of machinery.
Let alone the tools.
And the second question is, okay, John and Steve, where's the machinery today? Well, see, we don't know. I mean, everything is gone. The only thing left is the red granite stone for the pyramid. It's still there, see. So the bottom line is they were using...
It's odd that all the machinery, not a trace of anything anywhere.
Yeah, it's just that's the only thing that's left. So that's the only thing we can work with.
Just some rocks that are polished nice.
The next bit is the only logical
well,
step.
One rock that's polished really, really nice.
Yeah, really nice though.
One really nice. Yeah.
A technology far, far superior, 500 times faster than what we use today. Plus, they were doing things that when they went to modern quarries in the United States, they go, they can't do that because we can't do that.
Yeah.
But
No. Again, I'm not buying that you can get the rotation by the lines. I think you would get the same lines, and no matter what. And if you were spinning really fast, wouldn't you not get the lines as much? You know what I mean? It would almost polish it away, right? If you were spinning really, really fast. Well, so I'm leaning more that you're getting lines because it's turning slow enough to be etching a line as it's going around.
But from what he said before, I don't think he's saying that it's spinning around. I thought the way he was making out is like it's just going and just breaking it in.
By the Nephilim. The Nephilim were just pushing it in.
Yeah, well, they had the line. It was the giant for around. We're all right.
Hey, Jason, how you doing? Good to see you. We'll figure it out if it's a Nephilim or not, because the Nephilim are supposedly Bigfoot. So if we can get that figured out, I would be really happy.
Yeah,
I'm always interested in figuring out getting that tack in that string over there.
Yeah, 7 degrees.
Not only were they doing it, they were doing it on a mass basis, because the sarcophagus and the pyramid, that's not the only one that they have found. I mean, there's lots of other ones that they found.
And so what do you think the sarcophagus, that we call it, was used for?
You know, I'm so glad that you asked me that.
Is he trying to say that there's just loads of them? I'd say that at most we found about 163 sarcophaguses, because that's about how many pyramids there was.
Give or take, yep.
Yeah, and it's almost like they made one, except for that one pharaoh. They made one for each one. So it's almost like they could take as long as they wanted, because it would only take, I don't know, the lifetime of the king, pharaoh, even.
Yeah. And almost like an artisan father or son could teach how to do it and pass down that information. So when the next pharaoh needed it, they would call up the family of whatever, the Steve Jacksons or whatever, and send them over. He knows what to do, right?
I like the false equivalency of, like, did you see how many stones they made perfectly for the rest of it, right? They had to do the same for the sarcophagus, and you've seen how many of them there are. There's loads of them. There's just as many sarcophaguses as there is stones. And do you know what? The Egyptians, there's just so many different papyri and different bits of fucking, like, written in stone or whatever from really old Egypt, of just people getting pissed off of everywhere I walk. There's just a sarcophagus here and a sarcophagus there. I'm tripping over them all the time. You know, do you know, little known fact actually, is, you know, in the old age films, you know, when you see them and they slip on the banana, really, that's a homage to Egypt when they were always tripping over sarcophaguses. People say it's horseshit, and that's not true. Sarcophaguses.
And again, we don't want to take away from the fact that they had a lot of other art everywhere, statues and all kind of things, temples. It wasn't just the pyramids, you know, the Sphinx, you know, all that stuff. The obelisks, the big tall obelisks with the
We'll get into obelisks.
whatever purpose those were. Yeah.
We've only got about a minute.
Okay. Okay, with
Oh,
that,
good.
Steve, let me bring up the next picture right here, back to the pyramid. There's one thing we haven't covered yet. And that if you look at the King's Chamber and you look at the Queen's Chamber, which is the smaller room down below that. Did you go to the Queen's Chamber
No.
when you were there?
No.
Okay. You'll notice that there are shafts that run from the chambers to the top of the pyramid. And out of the Queen's Chamber, there are shafts that run, but they stop 20 feet short from the outside of the pyramid.
Okay.
If I can have the last picture that's brought up, this one right here. The lower shafts that go out of the Queen's Chamber that stop just prior to the outside of the pyramid, in 1993, a special robot was built by an engineer called Gattenbrink, and this is called Gattenbrink's door. Each of the shafts that go out of the Queen's Chamber that stop short of the pyramid outside have one of these doors in it with copper fittings that are suspended in a tar-like insulative substance in the block.
Okay.
Why is that there?
Tell us.
We'll talk about it when we come back from the break.
Well, we'll be done.
Oh. And there is no break, actually. That was the end of their video. I cut it off because of the music, but he's telling them actually, no, this is the end of all the time we have for today. So they had to bring him back. Now, when they bring him back here, he's gonna repeat a bunch of the same stuff he already just said. So I'm gonna skip a little bit here to get to the part that is not a repeat.
Yeah.
Welcome to Focus Today. I'm your host, Perry Atkinson, and we have our good buddy, John Mittendorf, in the house with us today.
Get those at hispeoplerejoice@gmail.com.
Hispeoplerejoice@gmail.com,
Right.
and this is like 24 pages on.
It's like 24 pages now, Zach. It's grown.
Hey, that only shows that
Two.
he is willing to take on new and relevant information.
Two more pages, folks.
Yeah. Now, actually, if you want me to
So,
believe
yeah.
you, you got to 25.
If you saw it with us from the beginning, you would notice that he has this document that he keeps showing. That's his notes, so to speak, and you can email to get the document of his notes. It's not actually a book or a paper or anything. It's just his collection in a document. So,
I mean, to be fair to the guy, though,
and that's why we're skipping it.
I mean, to be fair to the guy, though, literally no one else like him does shit like that. Going, do you know what? Here's my work. And to be fair, you got to get that's
Yeah.
right, you got to give him that. He's looking for peer review, and I have to respect that. It doesn't matter how much bullshit he's spewing.
Somebody have to see if we can get a hold of it somehow, maybe. Yeah, so that's why I'm going to skip through because this is, he's repeating previously. So we're
this particular
going to
topic.
skip a little bit here.
Let's have that figure again. And if you look in 3 large stones that can be raised or lowered.
They just weren't building a pyramid.
Yeah, they just didn't build a pyramid out of 100% limestone block. Oh, no, no, no. What kind of machinery or what kind of technology were they using to do that? But what kind of power source did they have to be able?
And just go to hispeoplerejoice@gmail.com,
There
and
it
he
is.
will forward you.
Well, it's more than theoretically. Okay, so here we go. They also know that the pyramid was precisely positioned at the center of the Earth's landmass, at the exact center.
And again, we already debunked all this. That's wrong. Look it up. It's in Turkey. So yeah, so he's repeating a lot of the same stuff. But I'm gonna skip here to find where he's talking about those blocks, and that'll be the part he didn't get to cover.
They also knew the American Indians knew it because a lot of the American Indian flutes were tuned to the F-sharp chord, which is 438 cycles per second. That's the frequency of the Earth.
Right. What?
Oh, well, there you go. You tune your flute to the frequency of the Earth.
I didn't know.
What is this for? I gotta look this up. Hold on. We gotta look this up.
It doesn't have any.
437 megahertz is frequency of the Earth.
No, he said F sharp, though.
What megahertz does the Earth vibrate at? 7.83 megahertz.
Well, he said it was F sharp anyway.
It's Earth. It 432 hertz resonates with 8 hertz. Music tuned from this frequency is easier to listen to, brighter, clearer, and contains more inherent dynamic range. Okay. Interesting.
I like the idea that they tuned them. It's like, so we got some bones and some or bits of wood, and we hauled them out and we tuned them. You know, it wasn't the shape of them or anything like that. It's definitely.
I'm not a music person, so that's a little out of my field of understanding.
I mean, but way out of my field, but like,
yeah, but
it's just
but
the
that
idea.
again, though. Didn't like the Neanderthals have little flutes or something like that?
Yeah. We've got evidence of instruments going back to all sorts of different types of human species, going quite far back, to be honest.
They were figuring out notes and stuff like that a long time ago, right? So to speak.
Yeah, because you'd get a flute made out of a bone and it gets a crack somewhere, so the noise comes out, and you get a different one. You cover it up and you go, oh, you know what I mean? It's
okay. Again, we're not impressed, John. We're not impressed.
138 cycles per second, F sharp chord. So the American Indians knew it, so the Egyptians knew it also. Okay, now let's keep going. Usable energy. We know that the inside of the pyramid, the King's Chamber complex, was completely constructed of red granite and contained at least 55% crystal, correct? We know that through the piezoelectric effect, that as the Earth's vibrations would flow through the pyramid, and it was positioned exactly at the center of the Earth's landmass, that the vibrations would pass through the pyramid, and of course the red granite inside would start to vibrate, and through the piezoelectric effect would change the vibrations into a microwave type of energy, or a...
There it is.
What?
The pyramid vibrates, and it makes microwave energy through the piezoelectric effect, which is a real thing, although you don't conduct electricity through rocks like he's thinking.
Sorry, what?
But you can't. It's not a good conductor of electricity, though. It's.
What do you want about? 55% of it is not a conductor, but instead, when pressed, makes electricity. So if it's over 50%, that means most of it means it works. Science.
And I said, even if it made a spark, like he's talking about, it would be. I don't know. I don't even know if you would see it, right?
Well, no, because it's fucking. It could
be. Yeah. So how he's getting, something, like I said, something in a lighter, an igniter or something like that. To if you have a big enough piece of it, this is like sci-fi movies from the 50s, right? Yeah. If you just make this a whole lot bigger, it's going to be a whole lot more powerful, No,
you see, right? All he's done is. See, he's stumbled onto a bit of truth here. So I know there's a couple alien species that have been on Earth, right? And one is called the Yautja, and the other ones are called xenomorphs. And they occasionally fight each other, mainly in like a ritualistic coming of age sort of thing. And there's a pyramid that gets powered up every about 1,000 years and or so. And there's one in Antarctica, you see. And it happened back in 2003, 2004. So we don't have to worry about it for a while. This is just what he's on about. And, It's just Alien. He's just talking about Alien versus Predator at this point, isn't he? Look, the thing, it has power in it, right? And then it sends off some microwaves into space, and then it will tell the alien Jesus that, you know, to come down.
That's what they're waiting for. That's what they're waiting for. They need to push that right big magical door that you can spin around with your finger that weighs however many tons or whatever.
Yeah, just like the one in front of Jesus's tomb. You see, they're the same. They're the big round doors. You can push them easily. It's exactly because the Pharaoh of Giza is Jesus. You see, he's just alien Jesus. And you need the microwaves to cook the chicken in space or whatever. Like in Fifth Element, they were chickens, right?
And then you got microwaves shooting out everywhere. That's really good for everybody. High-powered microwave beams. I mean, firing out amongst the masses.
I mean, to be fair, they were ancient Egyptians. They were but a humble farming village. They didn't know what they were doing.
All of a sudden, all the corn in the fields started popping, and it's a miracle.
Yeah.
Electrical energy.
I don't think they had corn, but it's
Are you
funny.
with me on that one so far?
And now I know why they're shaped the way they're shaped. No, it makes sense. You capture it and harness it. Yeah.
Now I'm going to raise the bar.
He's gonna go further.
He's going to raise the bar. Okay.
Let's go to figure 7, please, and let's leave this figure up for just a couple of minutes. Remember we talked about, we went up the Grand Gallery, there was a shelf on either side, and there was slots up the shelf, and there was also holes above the shelves all the way up the Grand Gallery. By the way, the Grand Gallery is also shaped so as you start from the bottom, that the stones, as they were stacked up, they're corbelled. In other words, they overlap each other, so as you go up the Grand Gallery, it gets narrower and narrower, and then as you go towards the end, before it went into the antechamber, it also narrowed down, so it was like a funnel. Jet engine, as you go towards the end, it narrows down, so it increases the thrust, right? Mm-hmm. What they think was...
Jet engine with thrust. Okay. It's going to thrust. Get ready. Are you ready to get some thrust?
I'm
What's
ready.
happening was, let's go back to figure 7, that in those slots was a wooden post that was anchored in the bottom and was then anchored to the side, which you see the pin locator. And this is a little technical, Perry. But what they believe is that they were using between the wooden slots what's called a Helmholtz resonator. And it's nothing more than a sphere that has a hole in it that's 1/5 to 1/10 the size of the inside the sphere. And what that does is that takes a vibration. You'll notice there's a tuning fork in front of each sphere. As the tuning fork...
They're tuning the pyramid.
Yeah. Because, you know, they had brass tuning forks. So they had... See, the problem with tuning forks nowadays is that we make them out of like iron and steel and different things. You know what I mean? And they had the purest metal. They had bronze, copper. They had copper, and they made them out of copper, and it gets the real frequencies. And you know what I mean?
What was wrong with the staircase? They just don't like that it was a freaking staircase, right?
Basically. Well,
so it had to be something else.
Well, yeah, it's the only way that you can attune the power and focus it through, you know, its vibrational core.
I've got a good answer to you as to why a staircase in a pyramid might narrow as it goes up.
Is it because it gets wider at the top?
Yeah.
Would vibrate, the sphere will pick it up, that's called a Helmholtz resonator, and will amplify the sound wave. So like, what you had for the entire length of the Grand Gallery was an amplification system to amplify the sound waves as they came up the Grand Gallery before it went into the King's Chamber.
Wait. Is he saying that, because before he was saying the King's Chamber is all suspended and like not part of the system or whatever, right?
What?
Is he basically saying the King's Chamber is like an Egyptian Faraday cage?
Well, what has it got to do with the microwave energy from the piezo effect coming out of the granite?
Well, you've got to aim it somewhere, right? You've got to aim it, and you've got to make it go away, right? You've got to control it somehow. They didn't have wires.
But sound and microwaves are not on the same frequencies, right?
Right, but that's
microwaves a lot higher.
That's why you have the tuning forks. You see, the tuning forks change as
you
go up the thing.
Okay,
and it changes.
You gotta tune it. Oh, come on, Dave, get with the program here.
So they were harnessing what?
They were harnessing the vibrations and they were amplifying them.
Wow.
It's an amplification
Vibrations
system.
and
Now,
amplifying.
why do they believe that?
tuning
Because
them.
in the step pyramid of Zoser, they found 30,000 spheres which look very much like a Helmholtz resonator.
What?
30,000 spheres. Yeah, probably not.
Everything in there was ripped out, of course, when the original Tomb Raiders went in.
Yeah, everything was gone. Right. Yeah.
Because that's actually how they used to like keep track of how they paid people, though. The Mesopotamians started making them, and they'd make like these little clay balls that would have like little inscriptions of them and what they were supposed to get. So it'd be like, you've done the day's work, so now you get this meal, you get this amount of beer, you get this amount of grain, and all this stuff, and you know what I mean.
Well, there you go. That's why there's balls everywhere.
I mean, it's a possibility. I'm not 100% sure, but it's a strong possibility.
I'll take it.
Pyramid, of course, they ripped everything out so they could get up into it. So all that's gone. This is all theorized, but the evidence is somewhat strong. Okay? Now, so what you have is an amplification system. So as the sound waves went up the grand gallery into the antechamber, remember you had the 3 stones that could be raised or lowered. You could raise or lower those to tune the frequencies going into the king's chamber. As the frequencies went into the king's chamber, now you had all those red beams. The entire king's chamber and the red beams will now start to oscillate red granite, which changes the vibration of the earth, which has been amplified, and changes it from vibrations into what?
Electricity.
Electricity. Microwave.
Ta-da!
Well,
See, it was right in front of us the whole time. The whole time. Just like my picture, we should have electricity coming right out of the pyramid.
yeah, it's like a land-based wave capture system. You know, you get the little barrels that go out, and the waves throw around, and it gets the kinetic energy. It's like that, but for land. They're just much bigger because the land is more solid. You see, and it doesn't move as much. You need to get the right vibrations because it's a very specific.
It still looks like a tomb to me.
It's 'cause you haven't opened your eyes, Dave, and you haven't allowed yourself to see what is before you.
He's running out of time here because I think he's going to repeat again, and it's going to be near the end.
Electricity.
Wow.
Okay?
How much? A lot.
Well,
not your everyday 400 amp system.
there's one thing that we don't know because over the years, the original picture that I showed you, the pyramid, the outside of the pyramid has been stripped of all the stone. The Ottomans and the Romans, and they stripped all the stone off.
Right.
So the outside of the pyramid has been destroyed. Now, there's the pyramid right there. Mm-hmm. Now, how they got it outside the pyramid or what they did with it, nobody knows because the outside of the pyramid's been, basically destroyed.
Oh, we do know.
They stripped all the copper wiring because it was abandoned.
Oh, right. We have people like that over here in Britain where they go into the construction sites and they strip it all and then they sell it on.
Yeah.
So it's just old age that. No, I get it. I feel it. And it's not like all that stuff was used to build villages in other places or anything like that. No, not at all.
Yeah, that goes on here too. The house next door was empty for a long time, and we tried to get something done about it. Nobody would do anything, and yeah, all the wiring, all the plumbing, they had to redo it all when they finally did something with the place. Yep.
I mean, that's just
so I understand. Yeah, the pyramid got stripped all the copper wiring on the outside, and that's why there's no evidence of it now. Yeah. Okay. We'll give you the benefit. Yeah, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt. It was scrappers.
The only thing they left was the 2 handles to that door that is totally wires to a battery or something.
Oh, and mind you, that picture they showed of that little rock there with the handles on it, that's literally a little rock. Literally, it's like 8 inches or something. Yeah, it's just a little tiny rock. So
you don't need to put wire through a big rock. It's only wire. It's only tiny. You know what I mean? They've just matched the rope. So
yeah, and it's their handles. But we're gonna get to that for the end here, and that's the end of this one.
Destroyed. So, but we know what's still left inside the pyramid. See. Now, let me finish up and talk about one more thing they were doing. And if you thought what we've talked about so far is outside the box, We're going
No, I wouldn't say that, John.
I wouldn't either. He's impressed me with his 24 pages of notes, and I'm convinced.
We've said a lot of other things. I didn't think you said you were outside the box. I gave you credit for getting your certificate from Ken Ham University. I have to find out about this.
to go way outside the box.
Okay.
Inside the pyramid, with all of this stuff that's operation, you would have had atmospheric air. Atmospheric air.
Atmospheric air?
I mean, that was a
Air is very inconsistent. Hot,
Air.
dry, humid, not humid. And atmospheric air cannot be depended on to be the same today as tomorrow was yesterday. There is one gas in the universe that is very, very common and very, very simple, and that's hydrogen. Hydrogen is the simplest gas because it has one atom, one electron, one proton.
So on different days, your air is better to get hydrogen.
I just like the idea as well that it's simpler because it only has one, and it's like, what?
Losing me, John. You're losing me. It's starting to right between the eyes, John. Right between the eyes.
You've annoyed my physics brain. Helium is simpler. It has two, but it has an outside. It has a full outside shell. It does nothing else.
That was a string all the way over here. Well, you got hydrogen. So if you resonate at the right frequency with the piezoelectric quartz and hydrogen, you're going to blow it up, or I don't know. Okay, we'll see.
So if you were to fill the inside of the pyramid with hydrogen gas, you would have a stable element. Hydrogen gas is also responsible for emitting microwave energy in the universe.
What?
Are you starting to see where I'm going with this?
No.
Fascinating.
Yeah. So down
not
below,
I don't think so. I have to look. Forgive me, I have to look. Does hydrogen give off radiation? It says no. Hydrogen doesn't give off radiation.
See, I could see him trying to play fast and loose with it, saying, well, stars are somewhat made of hydrogen, aren't they? So they make microwaves occasionally.
Well, according to the Google gods here, no.
Sparks.
It's not making radiation. So
I can't believe John McCain would lie to us like that.
yeah. No. John. We should have had a bingo card for this one, John. We'd have a winner by now.
Yeah.
let me see if I have a picture. Yeah, can I have the guys bring up figure 9 for me, please? There's a picture of the pyramid. You'll notice there's the king's chamber with the grand gallery talked about. Below that, you'll see what looks like a little house. That's called the queen's chamber. And you'll notice there are two, looks like vents or passageways that come out of the queen's chamber, but they do not go to the outside of the pyramid. They stop short.
Oh, the two and the kings do.
The kings do.
Yeah.
The queens don't.
Okay.
The king's chamber is where this was, the vibrations returned electricity, and that's how they got it out of there. Now, what they did with it outside, we don't know because everything is gone.
Yeah, because they stripped the place. Man. And well, isn't it odd having a king's chamber and a queen's chamber in a tomb? Who ever heard of such a thing?
I know. It's you'd think that really they'd want to be left out to be baked in the sun.
Yeah,
Not like
I mean,
have a monument built to them.
a couple wanting to be buried together. Who ever heard of such a thing? Unheard of in history. This is the first time I've ever heard of such a thing.
Me and Bexton kind of decided that when we both die, we want to be buried on different continents because that's how it's usually done.
There you go.
At the queen's chamber, you say, okay, how are we going to get hydrogen inside the pyramid? Well, easy. What you do is you take a solution of hydrated zinc chloride and a dilute solution of hydrochloric acid, and you have hydrogen.
Oh.
How'd they do that?
Yeah, how'd they do
The
that?
south
Just a
shaft
simple
that came
formula.
out of the Queen's chamber was filled with a dilute solution of hydrochloric acid.
Oh no! Now they're filling up the pyramids with a liquid. Okay, you can't fill them up with a liquid. It's just
Well,
no.
you can. No. If the bricks are so tight together, it's watertight. Of course you can. It's just a
No.
big pool for the dead. But you really expect dead bodies to swim in water? You've got to preserve them somehow. I don't know.
And you know what he's doing? He's just making a potato battery, right? He's just saying if you put a solution in there and you stick electrodes in, you can get electricity. Yes, with almost anything. In fact, if you get a long piece of wire, you can get some voltage off of it, okay? And maybe pick up a radio station with it. We were streaming one night and my neighbor's ham radio was coming in over my microphone. It was getting picked up in the wiring, right? Pretty amazing, right? But John, it's not a giant potato battery, and even if it was,
It's a giant stone
it's
battery.
not good for much. They're not good for much, okay? They're just not. You got a big giant battery making what, 12 volts or something? It's like, again, what are you going to party? You know, but I will grant that maybe they were doing parlor tricks, making electric sparks or something. You know, in the dry desert, static electricity might have happened a lot. You know what I mean? But you know,
He's already said that the vibrations of the earth make the electricity. So
yeah, well, I imagine if they spun some sand in a glass tube or something, they might be able to make a little solder, right?
yeah.
You know, the wizard, or so to speak, you know what I mean, would be able to poke somebody. I could see it, you know. But again, that doesn't do much, right? You know, you made a little spark, right?
Well, I mean, to be fair,
That's about it.
To be fair, the Bible does say that the Egyptians do actually do some of the magics that God can do. So they are pretty good at this sort of thing.
Not good enough, though. Not good enough. Not building a tomb instead of a power station.
Hey,
If
if they
it
can
looked
use
like a
magic.
power station, it doesn't look like a
Magic.
power station.
Yeah, but
It looks like a tomb. It looks like a tomb with mortar.
yeah, but that's the
And
illusion.
the shaft that came out, the northern shaft that came out of the Queen's chamber was filled with hydrated zinc chloride. There's
Oh
your
no.
hydrogen inside the pyramid.
Where'd you get it?
How'd they know that?
Yeah.
Okay, this is how they know that. The byproduct of that chemical reaction is salt. When they started to investigate the inside of the pyramid, the inside of the Queen's chamber and the channel that went to the Grand Gallery were encrusted in salt.
Oh,
Wow.
you mean there was salt everywhere because they used it to make mummies, and probably
It's also-
ceremoniously and
It's also not like it's near a sea at all or anything like that. That it would just kind of be
Yeah.
maybe a dry
Yeah.
off in the sand and fly around.
and no, I didn't see the salt encrusted everywhere. I've never heard this one before.
Because they already took it and they put it in they take the salt that accumulates and they put it in the meals at the gift shop.
This is a new one. I'm gonna have to call it on this one. I don't think there was this. No.
That's fascinating.
Plus,
why they
you
have a
have the
good
stains.
laugh.
Now, here's one more. Can I have figure 10 brought up?
Yeah.
And this
Okay, here
comes
it
out of the
is. Here it is.
National Geographic Channel. When they commissioned a guy named Gattenbrink to design a rover to go up in these little passageways to see what was in there, on both the passageways out of the Queen's chamber, when the rover went up, it goes up and it came to this device right here, which today is called Gattenbrink's door. And that is a block that is in the channel. And in the block, there are 2 copper electrodes in the block that are suspended in an asphalt tar. In other words, an insulator.
Okay, now again, put this in perspective. This is a tiny little stone in a tiny little chamber that they had to put a tiny little rover in to get in to find the picture of this. Those are handles, okay? They look like handles, right? Because they're handles.
You just don't understand ancient Egyptian electrics. That's all. You can see that one is the positive and one is the negative, right? They didn't have, they weren't like us in the UK. They didn't have a safe one, a grounded one either. They didn't understand that yet. They thought, it's stone, it'll be good enough. Shouldn't that work for grounding? I know the rock around us produces electricity every time it shakes, so push it violently. We need to charge it up.
And even if it was, you're talking about, that's not very big wire. Okay, mind you, this isn't a small stone that plugs up that small little vent tunnel that goes out, right? That it's a small. I think they said it's like 8 inches. So that would not be a very big wire, right? If that's a couple inches over there,
yeah.
You're talking about a wire. That's not a very big wire to conduct all the power coming out of a power plant. That's like an extension cord or something, right?
Yeah.
So
it got trapped in the rock, so they just went fuck it, and they just packed it up with tar and went, "This will do."
Yeah. Now, if there was,
so it's fine.
Yeah, if there was 2 huge, pieces of copper running through there, I would give it to them. But
what if we're wrong? What if this isn't wire and this is actually the plug, and that's just the remnants of what's left of the plug when it was plugged in?
Where you're supposed to plug into? Yeah.
Yeah. Like when you get I don't know if you get them in the US, but whatever. Over here, you get the for like shaving and stuff, and it comes with like 2 plugs. It's one of them. You know what I mean?
There you go. Yeah.
Really, it's actually a plug socket. Bam, it's figured out.
Solved. It all depends how you look at it, right?
Exactly.
That's how the mud fossilers solve everything. They just look at it a different way, right?
Do you know what? They should just ask me. I've been, they needed new eyes on it, and little did they know I could have solved all their problems from the start.
All I can tell you, if you're watching this, is keep in perspective that this is small. Okay, you can make an 8-inch square with your hands. Okay, this is not a big block, so these are very small. Even if they were wires, it wouldn't conduct anything that you would say, must be a power plant. It's just no. Yeah, this is where you would plug in your end product, like your radio or TV or something.
Yeah, but it's just like old computers where they were the size of rooms, and now they're the size of like nothing. You know what I mean? It's just the same stuff. It's just, it didn't make a lot, but you didn't need a lot back then. There was fewer people. Not everyone had the internet. You only needed a watt or 2. It was fine. You give it a jiggle, and you get your power.
And yeah, so that's pretty much the end of his second parter there. Is talking about this block, and when I see it, I see handles. Other people have said they're handles, and even if I go with them that these are the power conductors to get all this magnified electricity out of there, by the size of what it actually is, look at the wires out on your utility lines or something. They're probably bigger than that is, right? Yeah. So, and that's not what's coming out of the power plant itself, which is even bigger. It goes, bigger and bigger on down the line, right? This is nowhere near anything that would do anything to conduct a lot of electricity. It just wouldn't. So,
no, that's why it came out the top as microwaves. Hey,
you can vibrate it all you want, and I know, where's Sumami? I thought I saw you. Hello, Sumami. Sumami, we can vibrate this thing all we want. It ain't going to help, right? You can tune it all you want. You can pretend that you can magically raise the inside somehow up and down, which you can't. No, you can't do that. I had to go looking for where this come from. I don't know how he's making this up. You can't raise and lower the center of the pyramid. You just can't, okay? But even if you could, and you magnified and you amplified from the piezo effect of the crystal in the king's chamber back up and down from the angles and with sound tuning to the perfect resonance of the earth to somehow boost it, then you run it out this tiny little wire and you burn it all up. It's all for naught. So there you go, folks. It was a big trial and error and a big dud because they fried their little tiny wire there, and that's why it looks like it burned off. And
it wasn't ready for the wattage, voltage, whatever.
So, looking around at this, I wanted to point out that this is not a new idea, nor is it an idea that goes away. There is lots of videos that are repeating the same sort of things with the same photographs, especially this one. This is a very popular photo. That this proves that it was an electric power plant. So,
do you not think it looks like the one inside the Sphinx?
I guess so.
There's a door inside the Sphinx they haven't opened, and the handles look like that as well. They just look more complete.
Well, I don't know why anybody would put a handle on a door. What are they thinking, right?
Yeah,
I mean, these people with putting handles on doors. Let me tell you something. There's one thing that really bugs me. It's somebody that will put a handle on a door.
It's just
don't do that.
Yeah,
it's the lowest of the low. Gee, that is one of the world's greatest mysteries. Who would dare put a handle on a door?
Especially when he was saying before, these people make rocks that are so perfectly carved that you wouldn't be able to see the slits and know they were there. You know what I mean? So you need, you'd think.
Yeah, see, Sam there gets it. This is nothing to, when you actually see the size of this square, which is, again, it's like 8 inches square or something, or 8 inches across. Or they put this tiny little remote control camera that they had to modify to get small enough to fit in this tiny little chamber. That's how small it is. So yeah, when you get the perspective, it's really tiny wires. So either way, yeah, I'm disappointed. And then looking around, this is an older video, and I didn't want to say, or have somebody say to us, rather, that, well, that's an older video. Surely they aren't repeating the same things now. So I wanted to look around, and sure enough, they're repeating the same things. Now, there's all kinds of videos. I told Zach there was way too many to even mention.
Yeah.
So I just picked one. And this guy not only repeats some of this stuff, but he's got some other interesting ideas. So we'll take a look at this for a little while. And we've been going a little bit already, so I don't want to keep you all night, Zach.
Hey, I'm having a ball, so I'll go as long as you want. I'm not bothered.
All right. Well, we'll play with this a little bit, and then we'll call it, because there's just so much to go through with what this guy is going to talk about. We could be here all night, and we just can't. We just as much as I would love to.
Yeah, fair enough.
We just can't tackle it all. We mentioned earlier, any of this kind of topic, there's so many things when they start tilting windmill, ancient aliens, that's going to come up, you start going all these directions. Each one is a bunch of videos in itself, right? So we're gonna take a little look-see around here and stuff, and yeah, don't expect too much, but I wanted you to pretty much notice that this is 2 years ago. This video we were just looking at was more like 10 years ago, but it's a lot of still the same things. So that's basically how I stumbled on it. And then Zach said, "Hey, I kind of like this guy. We should look at it a little more." And I said, "Okay." So I grabbed another video. So we're gonna look at him a little bit, because he's got a lot of interesting things to say.
He makes the other guy look very tame indeed.
Yeah, so we were right at the end there. Thanks, John. And again, I would like to mention that this gentleman that we were poking a little fun at was a fireman for 30 years in Los Angeles, and none of this is personal. This sounds like a fine person, served the community honorably as a firefighter, and this in no way is personal against this gentleman. I salute you, sir, for your service. Thank you very much. Some of your ideas are a little fun to poke at, but it's not personal in any way directed at you. So just wanted that to be said, okay?
Some type of a microwave energy that they use to power their equipment. How do you cut 2.3 million blocks for one pyramid, and there's 108 pyramids in Egypt? How do you cut 2.8 million blocks?
All their faces
Every
are chipped
temple.
away. That was on
Some type of a microwave energy
You have to listen to her, so I can't hit it
that
just
they
right.
use to power their equipment.
Yeah.
How do you cut 2.3 million blocks for one pyramid, and there's 108 pyramids in Egypt? How do you cut 2.8 million blocks and cut it to 10 to 15 thousandths an inch per block? Every block. How do you do that?
I don't know.
See, we're talking about something that's totally beyond the technology, the knowledge that we have today.
All right, folks, these notes are available. John has done the homework for you.
And once,
The look on that guy's face was great.
yeah, once again, the notes are there. And yeah, it was quite amusing. And the reason is because I didn't know Ken Ham had a university. So if you didn't hear at the beginning, fireman, again, thank you for being a fireman. This is nothing personal. And then he, near retirement and after retirement, he got hooked up with Ken Ham, and he went through some kind of course that gave him a certification from Ken Ham to talk about creationism. And this is something new to me. I did not know about this, and I'm going to have to investigate it further. So
Yeah.
his credentials were that he was a firefighter, and he went to Ken Ham University. So very interesting. So this stumbled us onto Billy Carson, right? Yeah, Billy Carson. Yeah, and Billy's got some interesting ideas. So we're going to take a little listen, and I think Zach has a lot of things to say about Billy. So
Do
you know,
I?
Zach, you go ahead, okay?
Yeah, fair.
Akhenaten is King Tut's father. Queen Taye and Amenhotep III was King Tut's grandfather and grandmother. Akhenaten, he got in big trouble because when you go to Egypt, if you ever notice, all those chipped away gods, all those people are chipped away, all their faces
Every
are chipped
temple.
away. That was under the order initially. Who started that? Akhenaten. So
I mean, kind of, because he got rid of a lot of them. He tried to get rid of monotheism to coalesce power further under himself, because like his family was kind of falling apart a little bit because they were all inbred as fuck. That's why Tutankhamun's like, you know, looks the way he is and lived to about 12. You know, we're getting up to the interesting stuff.
Yep, I was going to say that pretty much. Yep, thank you.
So Akhenaten decided to become a monotheistic ruler, and not the kind that believes in multiple gods. And so, and what got into him was Amun-Ra, who's also Thoth's brother.
What?
His brother, his name is Marduk in the Bible and the Jewish Torah.
What?
But
No. So, it's Thoth's brother. Amun-Ra is two different gods that were merged together after the pyramids were built. So when the pyramids were built, Amun and Ra were two different gods. And then like a century, like a millennia later, well, maybe not quite a millennia, but a little bit after that, they were then merged into one god. And neither of them are brothers to Thoth, whatever, because he's Ra's son. You can't be his brother and his son at the same time. And it's like, oh, it's Marduk, and it's like, is it? Where does it say
Billy.
that at all?
Billy, we just got started, Billy.
It's
Really?
wild stuff. Wild stuff.
Egypt, his name is Amun-Ra. He's the one who said, whenever you give thanks, you say amen to me. You give thanks to me. This is why people say amen. They're not saying amen.
What? No. people say amen because it's a Hebrew word for like about giving yourself over to the Lord. I do right now. I've got a bit of spot blindness and I can't remember exactly what it means, but like it does. It like amen comes from it's a Hebrew word. It's not Egyptian. It doesn't come from Amun Ra.
There you go. Hello, Commander. How you doing?
See, they sound the same, right? And we speak English, and they spoke in ancient Egyptian, you see, and they totally sound the same. So they mean the same thing because they sound the same way.
Right.
Words.
I've heard these connection stories before, and it doesn't seem to be correct. So I'm going to side with Zach on there. That it just sounds the same.
Into the creator of the universe, they're actually saying amen to this guy who was a brutal killing ruler, an evil dude who was so jealous. He said,
scratch that from my vocab.
listen,
He was an evil dude, man. Evil dude. Hello, Robin. How you doing?
What up?
Yeah, okay. So he was an evil dude. All right.
Yeah.
he said, there'll be no other God but me. That was the terminology that made it into the actual biblical text.
Oh, you mean they borrowed it?
But he doesn't even say that himself. It's like, no, it's just you gotta ignore these gods over here that we definitely nicked from. So it's those ones over there, you see, because they're mystical.
I'm a jealous God. That made it into the biblical text. Why would the creator of the universe be jealous? Why would the creator of the universe demand that other gods, which means there are other gods, I'm surprised they have left that in there, exist? And
it has nothing to do with the polytheism of the ancient Hebrews at the time at all. But no, it's definitely really what happened. And no, I'm not even going to give what might have actually happened. No, just really, they just heard it in Egypt and they decided that, you know what, that sounds good for our book. Like, what?
We're keeping Robin entertained while she's cleaning. Glad to help, Robin.
so this was Amun Ra talking. You can look him up on the Jewish American Library and all that stuff. His name is all over the place. He's all in there interacting and talking and creating all kind of issues and problems. And he told Akhenaten that you worship me and you get everyone to worship me and deface all the other gods. So Akhenaten started ordering and decreeing that all these things be chipped away everywhere you go. Chip away the face.
And wait a minute. Yahweh told Akhenaten this?
No, yeah, Amun Ra, who is not, but the way it goes, it kind of says so, though, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay.
We have to let it get to
all
it.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chip away the ears and noses.
He told us it was the Romans when I went.
Yeah, no. Akhenaten. Go into the super ancient history, you find that Akhenaten, that's why he was kicked out of Egypt.
What?
He was kicked out of Egypt, and when he left.
So we have Akhenaten and we have Tutankhamun's sarcophagus, but him and his family were kicked out of Egypt, even though Akhenaten was never kicked out of Egypt and in fact lived to a semi-ripe old age and in fact died of, I don't think he was assassinated. I don't remember though, but he definitely died in Egypt. And in fact, his body was kept in the Valley of the Kings and we know where that body was kept and it was crushed and ruined by the one we found it, but
We got some humor at Aaron Ra's expense.
And if I remember correctly, Akhenaten did away with a lot of the other gods, but it was Ra specifically that he had a problem with, and it wasn't all of them. It's just
I know.
All of them worked out so he could consolidate power. But
I know. I've heard the one pharaoh tried to erase all the other stuff. And wasn't very popular. Yeah.
Egypt, he went to the king.
They even stuck around a little bit after he died. There was still cults of it going around for about 50 to 100 years after he died as well.
To the Great Pyramid, and he went to that stone box area inside the king's chamber and took the Ark of the Covenant with him. See, Akhenaten is Moses. That's the Moses.
There you go.
He's Moses, yo. He's Moses. So,
and again, though, you just pointed out, though, he lived and died in his own country, right?
Yeah. He did. He very much did, and his whole family did. Like his wife was Nefertiti. You know what I mean?
So he wasn't put in a basket and sent down the river?
No. Because his king was. You see, he even said, "Oh, his granddad was Amenhotep III." Amenhotep III was like credited as being one of the people that started, or was the last pharaoh, I think, of the second golden age of Egypt. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay.
he was definitely Moses, and it was definitely
Really?
the Ark of the Covenant, and just it's like so various pyramids and stuff like that. There was one in Tutankhamun's as well, I believe. There was like this black box that looks like the Ark of the Covenant, and by looks like the Ark of the Covenant, what it means is it was a box that had some things that people could carry it with. And it was just kept some of the treasured possessions, and like it's super sacred. It was the most sacred thing that was possibly going. It's definitely the Ark of the Covenant. Do you not see how they're exactly the same? And it's like, well, except the ones we have, they don't have Yahweh on it or anything. It's like Osiris. Weird.
And he's got a special idea of where the Ark of the Covenant was kept too. And guess where that's going to be? Any guesses? Any guesses?
In the
It's a
Queen's
story.
chamber.
He takes that with him. He flees with all his new followers. There were no slaves in Egypt. I'm gonna say this again. There were no slaves in Egypt working on pyramids. There were people had.
Yes and no.
He's not 100% wrong.
Yes and no. Yeah, the myth is that slaves built the pyramids, but now we know that skilled labor did most of the skilled work. However, yes, there could have been some slave labor carrying tools or whatever, sure.
Well, he's more talking about the Christians that think that like it was the Hebrews that built them specifically.
Right.
Because like, you know, it was in that Charlton Heston movie, wasn't it? And like other shit, and they go, yes,
And
it was the Hebrews
there
that
could
built
have been some Hebrews or whatever the folks were at the time that were slaves as well, but it was in small numbers. It wasn't the depictions of the slaves doing the skilled labor, because again, if it's not skilled labor, it's not nice and square and level and plumb. And
Well, that's the thing with grifters like this, though, isn't it? He's debunking one stupid thing that people believe and inserting another stupid thing.
and putting another in its place.
Yeah, and he's going, look, I have credibility because I have debunked this stupid thing, right? Look at this
Right.
thing that everybody agrees didn't happen. And then they go, oh my God, you understand things. And he goes, yes, I do. So here's what actually happened. And then you can ladle in all the bullshit you want.
Yeah, and thank you, Robin. And please like and share the video. And if you're not subscribed, subscribe to my channel. And while you're at it, right down below that in the description is a link to Zach's channel. And go over there and subscribe to the Shaken Fist, and you can have some good fun when Zach is taking down stuff like this on his channel.
Yeah.
And I've been on Zach's channel before, I think more than once.
Yeah,
And
twice,
so
2 or 3 times now, yeah.
It's good to have Zach over here at the captive desk.
Yeah.
So, and as well, I'm running this on the Grassman Chronicles, and it's good to have anybody watching over there too. Thank you. And subscribe to the Grassman Chronicles while I'm at it. Almost 100 subscribers on the Grassman Chronicles now.
Nice.
So I've got plans to do more stuff over there and hopefully get some more people on with their own experiences. That would be really great. So I do have plans for that in the future. So subscribe to the Grassman Chronicles. Link is at the bottom of my page, as well as other channels that are great channels you might want to follow the links to as well.
They're home slaves, but there were nobody building pyramids. We know this for a fact because we have all the work records. We discovered all the broken
Oh,
legs
really?
and broken arm records. We have all the payroll records, all of
Come
them.
on.
You have an
Yes,
amount.
it's all done. We have all, it's all in the museum now. So we have all the information that show if these people were paid, they had insurance, they had coverage, and all that.
Sure.
Just stop it.
Insurance.
Just stop it. They were skilled labor and they were paid. That's and that's another thing you can follow is some of these wars that were fought were to get goods or whatever, gold or whatever they needed, money basically, to fund some of these projects, because yes, they had to spend money on them.
I mean,
Yes,
like
we know
that's all
for a
the
fact
stuff
that these
this sort of stuff is one of the reasons they went down and took over Nubia, because they had like very big ore deposits of like copper and bronze and stuff like that. And they went, well, we need all this stuff, so your kingdom's mine. Now we can build better things.
People were not slaves. The people that were this exodus that left out of Egypt, they were the people who converted from believing in multiple gods to believing in the one God religion, monotheism, following Akhenaten. And he fled with all these people out of Egypt with the Ark of the Covenant. And that's why the powers that be sent an army after him. They're like, you took the source of our power with you. We gotta have.
So God, Yahweh, Jehovah, Elohim, El Shaddai, also Aten. That's another name that we need to add to the list of the things.
Yeah.
Because it was Akhenaten running away, and with a bunch of people that we have no evidence for whatsoever. And the only big exodus of people into the Levantine area we have is when the Hyksos were driven out in bloody war in like the 15th century BCE. But, you know, who cares about that sort of thing? Because it was definitely Akhenaten who came afterwards.
Who lived and died in his country and didn't flee his country.
Yeah. And he was definitely Moses. And when the Bible says, hey, by the way, you know how you don't have the Ark of the Covenant, and here's how you should build the Ark of the Covenant? That's because he took it with him from the pyramid.
Yep. and that's where we're going to get right back full circle to the pyramid again.
Yeah, that, and they fled after him. He never crossed the Red Sea. That's a mistranslation in the Bible. He crossed the Sea of Reeds, which is a closer, much smaller sea. And when you do the geological rewind, which the computer models simulate now,
right. So it's not the Red Sea. It's called the Yam Suf, which does mean Reed Sea, but it is where the Red Sea is. It's just what they called at the time. It was the Yam Suf, and that's the Egyptian word for it. And it was there, and it's not a different sea where just a wind blew and it got a bit dry. No. Oh my God.
On that same time frame that this happened, there was a massive earthquake and a tsunami estimated to be in that region, which means it would have sucked all the water out and would have come crashing back. So you see how stories get remixed. What's happened there was a natural.
It was a natural disaster.
Natural disaster.
The water just got picked up from the Reed Sea, and then it got taken away and dumped where, just away. There was an earthquake, and we have great records of this because it's nowhere. Yeah. Okay. What the fuck?
And yeah, they again, tsunamis were probably known about, and they could have been used in stories. Sure. I'm with you, Billy, but some of the other stuff,
disaster and perfect timing. But they then ended up in the desert with the Ark of the Covenant, which is well noted and documented in biblical text.
All right. So what was the Ark of the Covenant?
Advanced technological.
You can't be asking that. The better question is why are you following an Egyptian god? And if it's an Egyptian god, why are you then following Hebrew laws? But no.
So many rabbit trails.
Yeah.
All right, we want to know what the Ark is, right?
Yeah.
Machine. It was multi-purposeful. We know this because of the way that it's designed and what it reads, what it says, what it's capable of doing. It's a weapon, but it also has the capability of being a power source. So it does multiple things. And to handle it, you had to have lead. Okay, you had to have these special kind of boots on because it was a capacitor. And some scientists at several universities experimented with recreating the Ark using the instructions that are in the Bible. And it was so powerful, they had to shut it down.
What? No.
What?
He turned it on, and it's a battery, and it's a power source. It's a weapon.
It's a box to put the 10 Commandments in.
And you have to wear the special lead boots, and you have to wear the special clothes. So what he's saying really is the Ark of the Covenant is a nuclear reactor.
Yeah. And I looked it up, and the best I could find is that it was only to be handled by certain priests or something like that.
It was God. So, it was where God resided. It was God's footstool. So basically, if you were handling it, you were handling he is who is I am. You know what I mean? So he was kept in a special room, and one priest could go in once a year, and that was the only time.
Don't look at it, Miriam. Don't look at it.
Yeah, you don't want to look at it because you'll find out that he's Egyptian and he doesn't have a human face. He has the face of like a phoenix fox or something.
Yeah, so the lead outfits to handle the ark, I don't know where he's getting that from. The only thing was, like we said, that you had to be priestly, so maybe whatever the priests wore, but there was none of that. No.
They were the aliens, obviously.
Yeah. This is, anybody can Google this. This is like, it was mainstream news
I Googled it. Trust me, Billy, you're wrong.
about maybe crypto. They've done this already. They reproduced it, and it actually turned on.
What did the
No, it's a box.
Yeah.
And
But
nothing in the Bible about the box is going to make anything but a box with cherubs on top. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
cherubs do? What did the angels, the cherubs do? What were
The
they?
cherubims at the top pointing each other.
Electricity?
Electricity, yes.
See?
Exactly.
I like
A
that.
big
Yeah. Like
spark.
that.
When you look up the video on YouTube, you
Wait,
see a
wait,
big spark jumping across.
Do you
Oh,
like
yeah.
how he did that like he was cold reading her, where he let her give her own explanation and he went exactly like that?
Somebody, I've seen this before. Somebody charged up some cherubims like this, it isolated, and got a spark to jump across. Well, you can do that with anything metal. Okay, this is making a spark. We can do that. I could do that if I wanted to. I could make up something right now, and in between the pieces of metal, it would make a spark. Okay, but no, that's not what the box was for. There's nothing in the Bible that says it was for that. It was
It says it's not.
it was
in
a
the Bible.
box. It was an empty box.
It's because you have to read the secret book of Enoch and then you find the secret knowledge. It's not in the Bible. They kept it from us.
This stuff, yeah, it's Raiders of the Lost Ark. You know,
Yeah.
it's all it is.
Arc. That's the arc. That's why they call it the arc. It's the arc, which is the the
wait,
electromagnetic arc.
That's why it's called the ark, you see.
Because it
It's
arcs.
made arc of electricity. And the ancient Egyptians, you see, and the ancient Hebrews, they also spoke the English.
It's Ark because that's a box. Just like there's the Ark of the Covenant and there's a Noah's Ark that was a big box. There you go.
It jumps from one cherubim to the next.
No, Billy.
I've also heard that incense and
No.
and the smoke from it was used to be able to see the energy, be able to see like the
Oh,
It's
you need a smoke machine for your laser light show. You know.
Yeah, it's like, when you're watching, Mission Impossibles or the first Resident Evil film, you got the lasers going through, it's catching the arc energy going through, and you need the incense smoke. You're gonna wave it around
Oh.
and you can see everything.
electricity and the energy working, that it was part of a way to, and that's kind of where some of the incense became ceremonial.
It's like when you see a laser show, they have to put that mist out there. It's the same
Yes, like
exact thing.
light the air.
It's the exact thing.
Yes.
Same exact thing.
Exactly.
Same
Just
exact
showman.
thing. Yep.
Just showmanship.
The Ark. Remember, you saw Raiders of the Lost Ark, right?
Yeah.
That's what they did. Exactly. Oh, Billy, the Raiders of the Lost Ark, man.
Exactly. Same exact thing. That's exactly what they did.
I also
And so
heard
it's
there
not-
were more than one arc too. There wasn't.
There's
just
more than one arc.
Oh,
That is correct. There's more than one arc. There was more than one arc.
We always need to.
They've all been taken now, so nobody knows where they are. The last one that we knew of was in Ethiopia
Yeah.
at an Ethiopian church,
Yeah.
and a guy discovered it there about 7 or 8 years ago.
he discovered it there 7 or 8 years ago.
I forgot about this bit. Right, I was talking about Enoch before. This is that church actually. So that Enoch stuff, that was the church that was actually what I was referring to.
Yeah.
There are people that there's like a church and it's more than just a church, but like there are faith of people that say that they also use all 3 books of Enoch, and then they have the special words from the book of Enoch, and it says all this extra shit in it, right? So they have the more correct word of God. And I remember I think this is the place that also said they had bits of the cross. They've said there's all sorts of stuff they've said they've had before.
Okay.
And he went public with it, and then within a year it was stolen from there because there was no military, no police, no security, just some temple and church priests, guarding it. So they took it very easily, and that was the last one known of that was publicly available. The rest are probably in some type of a military bunker.
I think
Some kind of
They're in a big warehouse, and top men are looking at it.
a couple of Nigerians in this church, and then Delta Force comes in and goes and then grabs the thing. It's in a top secret base.
No, it's the Men in Black that do that.
You can't say that; they'll erase your brain now.
I'm getting I'm like getting neuralized. Probably for the best. Probably for the best.
Graham Hancock did a pretty deep dive on the Ark, and they.
Oh, Graham Hancock. Graham, if you're watching, I love you, man. I do. Your stuff is great, but it's a little farm out there, man. And yes, I do say farm out intentionally. It's what we used to say as kids. It's a little farm out. Nothing personal, Graham. Okay? Nothing personal here, buddy. All right.
Anybody that interacted with the Ark would essentially not want the job because they would die.
Yeah, they would die.
That's a sucky job, I would admit.
Yeah, it's cursed. So they're always cursed.
Are you prepared to die for $7 an hour?
Face off. Don't worry about it.
I know I could really use some munchies. Got to pay the rent. Yeah, that'd be a rough job to take.
They would get what looked like radiation sickness. Their eyes would start bleeding, their nose would start bleeding, their nails would fall off, their skin would boil, their hair would fall out. That sounds like radiation sickness.
So
he's really trying to say the Ark of the Covenant is actually a nuclear reactor.
Yeah, because none of that is in the Bible. I went looking, nothing about radiation. It said people were struck down by God. It doesn't say they had radiation poison there.
You got to read between the lines, and you need to use numerology.
I didn't have my Bible glasses on. Forgive me. If somebody could read the same verses I did, looking for this, let me know. Put in the comments. I appreciate it. But I did go looking. I looked up all the Bible verses that had the Ark of the Covenant in them.
And lo, Moses did cry out to the crowd, "Oh no, the reactor's starting to melt down. Run away."
Nope, wasn't in there. Wasn't in there. I could have missed it. I could be mistaken. So feel free to correct me. I don't want to be mistaken.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to be anything but a box for the 10 Commandments. Because that's what it says in the Bible. Of course, I could be reading it wrong. Again.
Well, they always talk about interpretation. So,
I interpreted it wrong. There's so many ways to screw this religion up.
Yeah.
It's very frustrating sometimes.
It really is.
what did they use it for in ancient times where it was productive?
The Great Pyramid itself is a power generator. That's one of the purposes. That's just one. It was a multifunctional stone computer also, but just for the purposes of this.
It was a what? Now I have to admit, I only skipped through this. I watched the other ones because they caught my eye because, him being a creationist and everything.
Yeah.
This one, sorry, my chair got caught on the rug here. This one though, I just kind of looked through really quickly. Did he just say it was a keyboard computer or something?
He said it was a multi-tiered stone computer.
A multi-tiered stone. Okay.
Because
All right.
it does different things and has different modes.
Okay. It's an abacus. Okay. All right.
It was built on top of an aquifer, and the Nile used to run very close.
Okay. Now here's what I was talking about earlier. It's built on bedrock. Okay. Not an aquifer. So right off the start, he might have even said it too, because he repeats a lot of the same stuff from the earlier video in other videos. It's built on bedrock, not an aquifer.
Yeah, but that's what the tiny room is deep down, is where you get the well. Well, that's all.
Yeah.
You know.
No. Like, and as if they would have known it was an aquifer, they wouldn't have built there. First of all, they probably would have used it to get water. And secondly, they already, as Zach mentioned, know that if you didn't build it on a good solid foundation, it's probably going to fall in. And if you got a big hollow chamber underneath in the ground, probably not a good place to build one. And I already think, again, they knew about wells and water and all that stuff too. So I doubt very much that would be the place. Nope. Nope. Giving you another one on the bingo card there. The bingo cards are filling up fast tonight, folks.
Close to the pyramids on Giza. Now it's way meandered, way
It used
off.
to go
But at
up
the
all
time-
the temples. All the temples have their ramps, and you can see that it doesn't look like normal steps. Like the water was right up to like all the temples, right?
Exactly, right up to them. And the water running underneath the Great Pyramid would run underneath in that aquifer, and that moving water would then run right underneath the solid granite, magnetized granite that was there, crystal granite. Now, when you have running water against magnetized crystal granite, which is the base there, it creates physiostatic electricity.
There it is.
Now it's the water that's making it, you see? Because you got the Nile running into the aquifer. It's not the aquifer feeding into the Nile. They both collide together, you see? And the rushing of the Nile and its slow delta water colliding with the aquifer coming up is going to make it shake about, and you get all your energy. You know, so you can make your computer run, because that's what all the silica is for. It's for transistors.
I need 15-second break. Hold on.
Yeah. So, you know, because really, when you look at it, what he's talking about is some kind of, he's made a turbine-based computer out of stone, out of nothing. So it's cool. I wish I had the temerity to just make up stuff with confidence and make, like, she was a race car driver, wasn't she? So like you could make stupid race car drivers to like believe whatever you say.
Okay. I'm prepared now.
You sound it.
All right. All right. Here we go.
Those ions would get pushed up into the Grand Gallery, and they used to have resonating rods in the slots going up the Grand Gallery.
There it is.
When it got to the King's Chamber, some other type of fusion would happen, and it would then send the energy up through the apex, and the apex, which is now missing, would then transmit it out wirelessly to the obelisk, which then collect this ambient electricity. And if you had a JED, you can pick up this ambient wireless electricity. You can see the JED connected to light bulbs and so forth, like a Nidera.
And there was me thinking that obelisks were actually ways that like pharaohs and different stuff would record things and tell people stuff, commemorate events and ideas. But really, they were just, the early forms of the Nikola Tesla coil trying to transmit energy over vast distances. So, when Ramesses II was building, the road to the Levant and stuff like that, instead of using, various soldiers to dig down into the dirt and put various bits of water and food for the next ones to come through to build the whole road. No, what they were in fact doing was building a series of obelisks to give each other power so they could have lighting and just purify the water from there. Something like that.
So you already knew all this. Gosh, I wish I would have known ahead of time.
Well, it's one of the things about studying the Bible. You go down weird avenues and you find out things.
And mind you, what he did, he put the new twist on it, right? Because I think John didn't know what vibrated the pyramid. Or oh no, he said the Earth's
It was the
magnetic
Earth's
field was
natural,
vibrating.
no,
Right.
Earth's natural frequency, you see.
Okay, the natural frequency shook the pyramid to get the piezoelectric effect. We've got Billy now saying water in an aquifer underneath the pyramid is what vibrated the pyramid to cause the piezoelectric effect to beam out the microwave energy to the obelisks.
Yeah.
So now we're out to obelisks, and we have a new source for the vibration.
So one of the things you got to love about conspiracy theories is they go on. They can't just repeat the same things over and over again. They've got to find a new way to like be a little bit better, don't they? Well, actually, no, it's this. Well, actually, no, it's this.
Oh yeah, in F sharp. Forgive me, Jason. Yes, in F sharp too.
F sharp, yeah.
So can't forget F sharp. All right, Jason's following along. He's got it.
He is. He's getting this much better than we are.
Yeah, I'm glad you're keeping us in line there, because
Yeah,
it's hard
we
to.
really need it.
This isn't the first time we've watched this. So.
And
The Jed has the
And then I was previewing it before we started, just to get it fresh in my head. So it's been brutal. It's been brutal, really has.
3 or 4 bars on it.
Exactly. And so Nikola Tesla copied that same energy power technique with the Wardenclyffe Tower. And so when the water shifted away, began to.
And they jump right to Tesla with his tower. And, Tesla's tower, as far as I know, was never operational, right?
No, and it didn't transfer any electricity.
So there you go. I mean, it ran out of money while he was building it, as far as I know. So
Yeah, he did some good things, but people also like to pretend.
yeah.
I sometimes think that like people look at Nikola Tesla, and they also go like, "Oh, it's Cthulhu," right? And they kind of think that there's all this weird mystical shit about him because it's the same vibe from him for some reason. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, no, he did all these weird things, and it's a cult, and it's weird, and it must be. His name's Tesla. It must be. Like what?
Yeah. He was an odd fellow, but some of his stuff, like the electric motors we still use in our drills and everything today, is still basically the same thing he invented. So very, great inventor, and very useful were his inventions. But yeah, with this big ball thing, as far as I know, it ran out of money and it never was fired up or anything else. So, bad example.
Meander away, and I think it really happened after the last Pyramid War. It broke the stone computer. It broke the stone power generator.
Wall. What pyramid wall? Were the pyramids fighting each other? Did the pharaohs get on top of the pyramids and started fighting each other from the pyramids like they were riding off?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, that guy the great pyramid jet engine. So actually, were the pyramids just like really old missiles, and that's why they needed all this vibrational energy.
The pyramid war is how they got from Turkey to Egypt, and that's why they're not at the middle of the exact mass of the Earth anymore, is because of the Great Pyramid Wars. They were traded or something. Well, yeah. We got to get the pyramids back from Turkey. I got to figure that one out. Is there a landslide or something? Or
yeah, carried it all the way there.
And so what they realized was we can take this ark and we could put it in this. They made this makeshift granite box, which is not a sarcophagus because I can't even fit in it. I'm 6.
All right, now pay attention. He can't fit in it.
4'4". I can't lay in it.
I fit just fine. I was totally fine.
Yeah.
My toning inside of the box sounded great.
Nice.
But
it's like 2 meters long. Okay, you can fit somebody in it. Okay.
Yeah, it's almost like the Egyptians were supremely malnourished compared to us and didn't grow to our size in the slightest.
Yeah, you're like he said, you're 6'2". You're a lot taller than they probably were, and why all the extra room, right?
Was about 4'5". You know what I mean? Maybe 5 foot, like if that.
But the young lady here, she said she fit just fine, and it's like because that's more of a realistic height than compared to this taller person here. Yeah, but no, you can put a person in there. What you cannot fit in there is coming up, which is
it's definitely not big enough to be a sarcophagus. When you've seen the real ones, they're giant.
They're massive. I had to bend my knees. So I knew it wasn't a sarcophagus,
Okay,
but it's the
yeah.
same exact, I measured it. It's the same exact dimensions as what? The Ark of the Covenant.
Is it now?
No, I looked it up, and it's 28 inches high. The Ark of the Covenant is 31 inches high. I didn't transfer that over to metric. Sorry, folks. This is America.
Do you know what the fun thing is, right?
But 3 inches, whatever that goes over to centimeters, it's wrong. You're wrong. Okay, the Ark is taller than the sarcophagus. Wrong.
The thing is, though, right? We don't know, because we don't know how big it could have been. So, like, all that stuff, but like all that really old Hebrew stuff, all that measurement stuff is kind of nebulous, because a lot of different people use the term cubit, and it had a lot of different measurements, and we're not necessarily sure of what theirs actually meant by cubit. It's one of the reasons like the Ark thing's silly, because we can't, because like the Ark, if you use like an Egyptian cubit, is a lot smaller than like a Mesopotamian one. You know what I mean?
But I thought of that. But even if we allow the fudge, okay, and it would fit inside the lid, the length then doesn't make any sense, because it's a way longer than the Ark is. Because the Ark is only about like 1 meter or whatever, and this thing again is like 2 meters. So it's enough for a person. It's way longer than the Ark would need to be. So either way, the exact fit argument doesn't work.
No. So if it like it's like this, right? But what if you put it like that, right? And you put it in that way, it would fit, right? Maybe if you lean it on its side and then you like bang the end.
Yeah, you just have everybody jump on top until the lid closes.
Yeah. I mean, it's made out of granite, and that guy said it's the second hardest, rock there is. So it should be able to take it.
But even Mr. 6'2", he said he bent his knees and he fit in there. So it's not that far off of a person, is it?
I don't know. I have a hard time thinking that he ever actually went and tried to get in it.
Well, even if they replicated it, same thing though. Yeah, it's.
I just have a hard time thinking he even did that.
Identical dimensions, which means it fit right in that box. And so if you don't have the water, you need something else to arc the power. Perfect location to put it in the king's chamber.
Look at all them stones put.
So what happened to the water? If you don't have the water, you need the arc to make the spark. What happened to the water?
Well, no, the water was put in the queen's chamber, and that was turned into hydrogen. Remember?
Oh. Billy just lost me.
He's saying that the Egyptians made water batteries.
Maybe it's the weed. All right. Well, no more water now. So the water isn't making the piezo. The arc is making the spark to light.
Make the water and the stone computer work.
Okay.
Send the energy through the apex, so they can keep the wireless energy going. So when Akhenaten took that, he took the power source for Egypt.
Send you right.
Now wait a minute. You just said if you had the water, you didn't need the arc. So if he took the arc, couldn't they just use the water?
Well, no, because he took the battery. You see, so like it can process the power, but unless they like hooked it up directly, it wouldn't work. Plus, the water moved anyway. So
you lost me, Billy.
That's how the Hebrews got so powerful. And even though they were a tiny hill country kingdom that didn't really have arable land or anything, they were super powerful, and everyone came against them and were drunk when they fought.
I wonder if he says every arc then, or every pyramid would have an arc in it to spark it.
Yeah, they'd have to. I suppose that after over time they degrade, so you need to build another one. Say every generation.
Because surely the other pyramids aren't tombs or anything either, right? I mean, I can't see him saying, "Oh, well, yeah, that one's a tomb, but not this one." So they've all got to have.
Well, funnily enough, this is actually where the idea of the Matrix came from. You see, because originally they were tombs, and then they used the body's decomposition to power them, and then they realized they didn't want to do that anymore, but they liked the shape.
Okay. Billy, you got to bring me back, Billy.
Right back in time if you don't have power. And also,
Exactly.
no one would want that right now because institutions would lose billions of dollars because you would be allowing free energy.
Free energy puts everyone on the equal playing field. No more third world country. If you got energy and water, everybody's equal, and they don't want that. They want to keep the boot on the necks of the people and control and hoard the power in one region so they can dominate the rest of the planet.
Fight the power. Vote for Donald Trump.
But wait a minute, Billy. You just said the water's not there anymore.
Yeah. Well, if we just rebuilt it, you see, we wouldn't need to mess around with all these.
But the water didn't go
fusion
anywhere.
power
It was
plants.
just diverted from the Nile. The Nile
Yeah.
didn't actually go anywhere.
See, but the thing is, right?
Um,
It's just.
I don't know what happened to the water.
Well, the water was stolen by,
Yes, I don't know if it's in this video, but they're literally this guy had this map up, and it was like north to south where the pyramids were and where they did the quarry. And they said, how did they get him there? And if you look right at the map he's looking at, right in almost the same thing, except for just a little bit over, is the Nile.
Yeah.
And then they just ran the little canal over this way. It's hard to do this in the air. I need MS Paint.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, basically, though, if you looked at the map, there was the Nile right there while he's saying, how did they get the blocks there, right? You just look at the map. Maybe they ran them up the water. Could be. And the Nile isn't that far away because they ran a canal over for it. So the water is still there. So there's no reason the pyramid still wouldn't have water if it's getting it subterranean, because the Nile it would still be refilling it.
See, the bit I really don't get is you said
Where'd
there
the
was a
water go?
aquifer underneath coming up.
You're right.
So the Nile moving shouldn't mean anything because there's still water gushing up from the bedrock below.
Yeah. And that's it. It's not like the Nile ran dry so the water table would drop or something.
Yeah.
It should be up because you've got the Nile right there. I mean, if you're close to a river, you dig in your backyard, you're going to hit water, right? So, Billy, you lost me where the water went. I'm a stickler for these things. I want to know where the water went.
Shame you're
What do you
a
believe the temples were used for?
Temples had a couple of different purposes. One, they're built on top of these extreme magnetic fields. And so in some
There it
way, they
is.
would harness those magnetic fields for some type of energy purposes. In some way, they were utilizing this energy for, like, the fountain of youth. They would utilize it to
What?
for anti-aging
Oh.
technique.
What?
Oh, we're advancing.
I didn't even
So-
notice that the first time I watched this.
Yeah,
stuff.
Mr.
Like the
What was his
fountain
name
view.
again? Mr. Mittendorf that we covered earlier also mentioned the special magnetic waves that come out under the pyramid. Now Billy's repeating it here. That's
Yeah,
something I wanted to show. This is still being repeated year after year after year.
Yeah, but now
But
we're
he's-
out of Fountain of Youth.
Well, like you said, they've got to add to it. So now he's going to add to it that if you go in the pyramid, it's a fountain of youth. And this goes right back to the 70s here in this country when they had the pyramid power. You put the pyramid over your bed. It was guaranteed to do all kind of things, help you have babies and everything else. If you put the razor blade next to the pyramid or under the pyramid or whatever, it was supposed to sharpen the razor blades. all these pyramid power things. He's digging up some pyramid power right back out of the 70s is all he's doing.
Hey, if people don't remember it, he'll you go for anything as long as it fits into the slot
Some-
that you need slotted.
Some of those things do seem to cycle around every so many decades. The people dig them back up again.
Well, they'll remember it.
Anti-aging methods. Also, there's a couple of temples that sick people would be allowed to go into. And it would
Right.
walk between these two magnetized granite plates, and it would heal them. For the Anunnaki Atlantean people or the pharaohs, it was anti-aging.
There you go. They lived forever, and that's why people in the Bible are 900 years old, because they walked between two granite plates.
And that's why you should wear like a magnet ring or like a bracelet or whatever with magnet on it, and it will help the blood flow because,
I've seen it in the commercials. Yeah.
yeah.
They've done experiments inside of some of these temples and some of these similar magnetic fields where plants grow twice as fast and are more abundant. And so,
What? Where'd they grow plants in different magnetic fields? What?
Well, you see, the Anunnaki went to Mars, and then they went.
You know what I'm getting? I'm getting one of the myths about if you talk to your plants, they grow better.
Yeah.
And it turns out people who talk to their plants take care of their plants.
Yeah.
That's why they grow better.
Funny that.
That's I'm getting that vibe because he likes to dig these things up and mix it all around. So yeah, it's probably where. Yeah, plants grow better if you talk to them or have a better magnetic field. No, they grow better if you take care of them. Right.
Plus, I love
And
the little-
something my wife and I have learned: some plants need a lot of water. Some plants don't need a lot of water. Some plants you don't want to water hardly at all. And if you do, they'll die. So there you go.
I just like the fact he goes in scattershot and then like lets it's like a weird form of cold reading for conspiracy theory. This guy, he throws out a bunch of stuff and then he waits for the person that he's talking to like nod at something or get enthusiastic.
Wow!
And he goes, "Bam! It's there." That's why he's got all this stuff from the past and the present, and he can mix it all up like that because he's just going, "Is it this? Is it this?" Like even then he's like, "Is it the Anunnaki? Is it aliens? Or is it the fucking Atlanteans?" Right?
It's a skill,
right?
It's a skill.
Yeah.
I know a lot of this stuff, and it's hard for me to get on a roll like that and just throw it out there, even when I try to. So I'll give it to him. It's a skill to throw that much crap around like that. It really is.
Yeah.
They were built. Plus, also the design of them had ancient secrets and mysteries encoded into the actual construction technique.
Right.
That was left behind for people to read. People who knew, the brick masons and so forth. They get information from these structures and buildings
In
as
the
well.
pattern of the building of the temple, like
Yes.
how the rooms were organized, how you'd walk through it.
There's information in how you built it. And if I didn't mention before, I think I did, but if not, I wanted to mention again, now that we're up to Billy here, that, yeah, he runs a forbidden knowledge channel and TV and all. It looks like everything is the number 4 bidden knowledge. And he runs some kind of company where they research and development of alternative propulsion systems and 0-point energy devices.
Wow.
So we're eagerly awaiting these devices to power us to other dimensions and beyond. But I don't think Billy has made any yet.
He has, though, in his mind. He's made them all, and they all work. They all work in his mind. So that's enough.
So a lot of these structures are literally sitting.
All right, and yeah, that was a little sample of Billy.
Yeah.
And what time is it? Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to look at a little bit of this here, and then we'll wrap things up because we've been going for a little while here. So a little more sample here. We wanted to. What was that part we wanted? I know it.
Directly on top of these high energy magnetic fields.
Yeah, this is repeats.
They use sticks
Transfer your mind into your new body.
identical in a lot of these places.
After spending many years on top of an aquifer, the base of the stuff, so they gave them the name.
And he was talking about the
And then, so you're sitting here with this box. There's this tripod thing, electromagnetism and somatic frequency, that happened. I believe it was in the UK.
Let's go. I wake up to a little bit of drool on my pillow, feel like it's gonna be a bad day. Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet, damn, ain't that great. I don't wanna go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life, cause I don't feel alive, and there's nothing that makes me happy. Hold my beer for a minute, I'm about to quit my job, cash in for a ticket. I'm going on a trip and I don't plan to visit. I'm gonna stay there till I feel like I'm winning, and this is just the beginning. I need a big change, help me feel like living. I need a big swing, home runs I'm hitting, and I'll never look back, moving on till I get it all. And we all got dreams, we all want things, but what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? Then what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? My strife, my right to fight, to die on. And this is my game to play, to claim a brand new name, oh. And I ain't gonna lie to you, I'm a bit nervous that I might screw everything up that I've ever done. But what's the point of living if you ain't having fun? I guess I'll try this, try that, might miss, gotta find what I'm good at. I guess I look here, look there, over where am I scared, where am I at? I gotta make it in this life. Whatever makes me happy, know I'm doing things right. Sipping in the summer on a goose and Sprite, or find a nightclub for the end of the night, oh. And we all got dreams, we all want things. But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? Then what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be?
Or they would have divided it by 2 and added 4, or whatever they need to do to get these numbers. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. It just doesn't.
It means they did the work. So if they did the work, that means they did the working out, and you didn't do your working out, so you can't debunk them. That's what it means.
And you said repeatedly, all the where and everything, you can't get precise measurements anyways.
Yeah.
How is this possible? Well, I started asking the same question, and I said, wait, I got to find some kind of link to this, and I found it.
Yeah, you have to find a link to it. That's your problem.
Guess what they found in Mexico decades ago?
Uh-oh.
They found Proto-Sumerian cuneiform tablets and pottery and everything else. What is proto, meaning pre-Sumerian, stuff doing in the Americas?
There is no Proto-Sumerian. Sumerian is Proto-Sumerian.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
So Sumerian is like the first written language we've ever found. The
right,
first
but
one.
There's no cuneiform tablets from Mexico or South America, is there?
So there's a bowl, right? That they don't know where it came from, right? They have no idea where it was found. Just somebody came to him and went, look at this cuneiform bowl, right? And if you look at it, right, and you can't read cuneiform, then it definitely looks like cuneiform. But if you understand cuneiform at all, it is not in the slightest. And none of the words that it says it is are the words that would be. But that's why they say it's proto, because, well, it's not exactly the same. So I know we found it nowhere else, but it's definitely connected to that. You see how they're all similar, right? You know what I mean?
So it could just be a pattern that was put on there.
To be honest, because they don't know where it came from or where it was found. They just know some guy brought it in and went, look at this.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was just a forgery.
Okay.
But not only did they find that, this is even on Wikipedia. It was a metric system. It was their metric system. So the metric system.
Yeah.
They used cubits. They didn't use the metric system.
And like Mesopotamians didn't even use a base 10 system or a base 100 system. They used a base 60 system.
Yeah.
In fact, we still use it today, to be honest. That's why we have 60 seconds in a minute and 60 minutes in an hour, because we're using Mesopotamian time. Mental, isn't it?
Yeah, this again, they're picking a system to use that they like. And look, this system lines up. All the other ones don't, but this one does. So I like this one.
It's thousands and tens of thousands of years old. Forget thousands, tens of thousands of years old.
We
only rediscovered what already existed, or probably the guy, I forget his name now, the French man who came up with it, probably found these tablets or the existence of these tablets and said, "Oh, I can make this whole metric system out of this."
Yeah,
Really?
The existence,
Okay.
the metric
like
system
Joseph
is
Smith.
ancient. We only rediscovered what it was recently. That's all. That's the only thing I can give you.
How about the golden ratio?
Yeah.
What is
Okay, yeah, here we go.
Yeah. Gotta love the golden ratio. You see how everything is this ratio that happens sometimes if you look closely enough and fudge the numbers a little bit.
We'll go through this little part here because I think we both like this part here.
Yeah.
And then then I got a little surprise video I want to just buzz through real quick and we'll wrap things up because that's just for fun.
Yeah, cool beans.
the golden ratio?
The golden ratio is a specific numeric equation that gives you 3.17. It gives you
No.
An equation is not a ratio. Funnily enough, it's almost like a ratio is a ratio, and an equation is a thing with a equal sign in it. And also,
yeah, we weren't really going to look at it, but like I say, it kind of came off of following the other video I wanted to do. So this is just like a bonus, Sam. So this is just a bonus, and Zach's interested. Zach may make another video out of this guy because
totally.
I think he's thoroughly entertained with it. So stay tuned for that. And speaking of, if you're not subscribed to Zach's channel, link in the description below. And while you're down there, if you're not subscribed to my channel, click that one too, and hit him with a bell so you're notified when we're doing something like this. You can come and join us.
Yeah.
the Fibonacci spiral. It also gives you the golden
but,
rectangle.
So he's turned the golden ratio of 1.62, 1 to 1.1 to 1.62 to it's pi. It's kind of pi. It's almost pi. It's pi severely rounded up a few places.
And it's also a golden triangle and a golden rectangle.
Yeah, and when you have a golden triangle and the golden rectangle and the golden ratio, you get a golden shower.
Oh my!
And the golden triangle, which no matter which way you look at them, you can always get the perfect spiral to fit inside.
What?
And I have no idea what the hell he's talking about.
I've heard of like the golden ratio, and I've heard of the Fibonacci sequence, and I know about them. I've never heard of the golden triangle or the golden rectangle or the golden ring of power.
Well, what is this? What is this fitting inside of a spiral thing, though?
That's what the Fibonacci sequence is. It's like that one is actually the equation, I think, that gives you like a spiral pattern. So like if you look at like a conch shell, most spiral patterns in nature follow the Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah, but I don't follow how a triangle or a square can fit inside of a spiral. That doesn't, in part of it, you know what I mean? But not, it doesn't. I'm not following Billy. I'm not. I'm gonna have to do another one. Okay, here we go.
And that spiral, for whatever reason, because that spiral is in everything that's in life, it's very beautiful to us. So the most magnificent structures were always set on the Fibonacci spiral or pi, right? And so even the Great Pyramid is built on pi.
Is it?
All right. Now, wait a minute here.
So
the Fibonacci circle or spiral is based on pi that built the pyramid. The pyramid's not a spiral or a circle or anything. And
no, but it's a golden
how are we getting to
and a golden
it's a golden rectangle.
There's a golden rectangle and 4 golden triangles.
Okay.
You see.
And that gets pi how?
Well, you see, when you cook a pie in the oven, what you want is you want a nice golden crust. I don't know.
lost us again, Billy.
All these magnificent structures were built on pi because for some reason it taps into our inner consciousness, our inner being.
Damn.
Our fingers, if you take your fingers and look at the space between your digits, you'll get pi.
Wait.
And you can
Is
get
he gonna be?
Fibonacci's
Wait,
code
does
based
he do the Pythagoras shit at all? Is he like one of those people that's like, you know what, Pythagoras is right, and maybe we should worship numbers?
I don't know, but this requires a gummy. I gotta get a gummy here. All right. All right. Got my gummy. And what the hell are you talking about, Billy? I mean, seriously, what? Okay.
He's putting a lot of relevance on pi that isn't into some mystical realm. So I'm wondering if he's kind of gotten into Pythagorism.
the space in the digits of your own hand. The distance from your eyes to your nose, the distance from your top of your, in between your eyebrows to the tip of your nose, all this is all the same thing over. And it just could be the distance from your elbow to your wrist, the distance from the wrist to the tip of your.
So you keep on saying that's pi, and it's like that's not pi. That's supposed to be the golden ratio. He doesn't understand what any of these things mean and uses them interchangeably for each other.
And I don't understand this golden ratio in a human being because everybody's different.
Yeah, it's because people are stupid, right? And you can go to a person and you go, if you take your shoe off and you put it on your forearm, right, it's going to be the right length, even though it never is. But people give it a degree of error and go, oh my God, that's amazing. And then people will say, do you know what's the same as that? It's when you look at a beehive, right? It has many male to female bees. And it's like, no, it doesn't. That's not how bees work. It's the same in the human population. It's like, it's really not.
I was really trying to follow what he's saying. And it's like, well, it's nonsense because Billy, like you said, you're 6'2". You got about 3-4 inches on me or whatever. I'm about 5'10". So your ratio is going to be different. I mean, your arms and legs are probably a little longer. And I was trying to figure out what the hell he was getting at. And then then it's pi.
Well, yeah, but pi is 3.17 and not, 3.14.
Yeah. I'm not getting this ratio thing in the face and body and stuff. It's like I don't even know where he got this from. I mean, I've heard these kind of things before, but it's like things with aura and chakras and stuff like that.
Auras are how I can tell I'm tripping, you see. I eat a few mushrooms and then people's auras start to appear because the air around them starts to get fuzzy and I go, no, I'm coming up. Wait. Right. What's a golden triangle? I'm just looking it up. Golden triangle is a region in Thailand. Okay.
Not that one.
Okay, I'll try golden rectangle. See if that works better. Golden rectangle is a rectangle with sides that are approximately of the golden ratio. Oh, so it's basically saying that the golden triangle and the golden thingy basically have the 1 to 1.618 ratio for the sides. So it would be a isosceles triangle, and that's why it's a rectangle and not a square. I understand.
There you go. Okay. It's special. It's special. And it's pie. And who doesn't like pie? I like pie.
Yeah. And you know what? Pies are really nice over here.
I want some pie.
Home, yeah. Back home, it's all dessert, right? Over here, pies have meats in them. They have gravies and potatoes.
Oh, yeah.
Stuff.
My grandfather was Scottish. I have good memories of him. He would go up in Michigan somewhere. There was a bakery he liked that got the little meat pies he liked. They were real spicy. Oh, those things were delicious. I could eat those.
Yeah, it's all sorts of shit like that. So, we got a selection of pies. So maybe that's why the number's different, because he's counted the amount of pies.
Oh. See, that's Billy, you screwed up. We got to hook you up with the right pies.
Yeah.
Your middle finger, it's all pie. You see?
Are you kidding me?
What do you mean? It's a whole human body.
Yeah, he's kidding you.
You mean it's
your fingers pie?
What do you mean?
Your eyebrows are pie.
Everything's pie.
You calculate the distance in this.
They're eating too much pie. You are what you eat, right?
Yeah.
These people are eating too much pie.
They shouldn't have done this interview before dinner. That's all I'm saying. They should have had some to eat first, and then they wouldn't have food on the brain.
Space in between your digits and your elbows and your joints and everything else. I'll send you a diagram on this as well. You'll get the Fibonacci sequence built into the human avatar body itself.
The Fibonacci sequence built into your arm.
Okay. Yeah. Once again, this is just playing with numbers, and it means absolutely nothing. Really, it doesn't.
Do you know what? I do get an irregular spiral in my arm all the time. Look at it. It's an irregular spiral. What?
Yes. Oh yeah, pot pies. Pot pies are good.
See, now we've hungered the chat.
The missus and I both can agree on a good chicken pot pie. That's good stuff. Yeah.
It's in everything.
I mean, I don't understand how it could be pie. Because
Now this guy here, I'm going to give him credit. He's trying to say what you're saying doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Pi is what, 3.14? Repeating forever.
Right, but you see, when you calculate, well, pi creates a Fibonacci spiral, or allows you to place the Fibonacci spiral inside of anything, all right? And so when you start creating these calculations and you start doing the measurements of these distances, you start finding out that they fit perfectly with that number, and that you can get the Fibonacci sequence is built into the human avatar body. And I'll give you a complete diagram so you can see how it all breaks down.
Okay. I just want to figure it out right now.
Your explanation was terrible. You lost me again. I'm trying to be very polite here. I have no idea what you're talking about. Could you try to explain this one more time? Okay. All right.
My mind's blown. So
my mind's full.
I mean, obviously the distance from my eye to the middle of my whatever this is nose,
right, top of your nose,
is completely different than from my elbow to my wrist.
Right, but there's a ratio, and when you apply this specific ratio, you'll find that this is the reason why this is this distance is the average distance, and this distance here is the average distance. In other words, they can calculate based on how many inches or millimeters or centimeters. It comes out to be a perfect, when they make the boxes and connect everything, it comes out to be like the golden rectangle, the golden triangle, and you can fit the Fibonacci sequence right inside, or the Fibonacci spiral right inside of them. When they begin to make all the connections, like connecting dots, all of a sudden...
There it is. You're connecting too many strings with them tacks and calling them dots.
Yeah. Well, you connect enough dots, you can make a pyramid, you see, because you've built enough string. So you've laid the surveying string around so you can get the straight lines. And, it's a nice support.
Now, I looked up a lot of these things he's talking about. And again, we were just having fun here tonight. Having Zach over here and having a good time. I told him, I said I wasn't going to put in the effort to do all the research and everything. But I did look around at some of this stuff. And from what I can find, what he's talking about doesn't make any sense. Where he's getting everything fits inside each other and means anything doesn't. He pulled a lot of terms out and he's throwing them around, but I couldn't make sense of anything that was connected in any way with the things I was looking up, from the words he's using to how he's connecting them at all. Some of these things he's talking about where they made some matter or something, that was so small, and it's on the quantum level or something or whatever, and you know what I mean. He's picking all these things, and I couldn't find it, so I might be missing it now. I want to say that I also want to promote Saturday Night at the Atheist. Every Saturday night we have Saturday Night at the Atheist. And the video we covered last week, the guy did say that if you're in your 50s and you don't get it by now, all I can say is you're a little slow. Well, I'm in my 50s, so maybe I'm just a little slow. So if I'm missing this, let me know in the comments, and come join us every Saturday at 5 o'clock Eastern, and we have a fun time over there covering very interesting videos as well.
Yeah.
everything fits perfectly. And like I said, so in other words, if I take the distance from this digit to this digit and this digit to this digit and this digit to the top of my finger, all of a sudden I'll find that when I look at it underneath the connected rectangles, that Fibonacci will fit inside of these digits.
That's where it loses me. You've got squares that you're connecting all over a body, and then you put the Fibonacci will fit all inside. That it doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense.
See, the thing is, I totally think that half of the shit is he's heard it somewhere, right? And he's heard what it actually is, because like they do all fit together, just nowhere near in the way he's talking about, right?
Yeah.
And like I think he's heard it once and he's completely misunderstood it, but that has become the bedrock for everything he thinks.
Well, it has to be all connected. That's what I think it is. He has to put all these things together to show, look, no matter what you do, no matter what you measure, there's this number that comes out that's all the same because we're all, at the same frequency or something. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's this whole big connection thing somehow or something. I think he's getting at,
Yeah.
So the Fibonacci sequence, which is now we find in almost all life, is actually part of fractals.
Fractals.
There we go. Yeah. See, now it's everything's fractals.
And I see a lot of fractals when I'm tripping. So it's the only time I see fractals when it's not in a TV show or a film.
But how's it all fractals now? I thought it was all golden ratios. Now it's all fractals.
Those make the fractals because you make the spiral, right? And then it makes reality burst out like it's, the thingy, the prison place.
Is there pi? Is there pi too?
Yes, lots of pi.
Because I really want pi now.
Fractal-based universe. Everything is a fractal of something else, something bigger, something grander. But also, it's also a fingerprint. So the fingerprint of God is the Fibonacci sequence. So
there we go.
Right.
The fingerprint of God is the Fibonacci sequence. So we found it, folks, here on the Captive Desk, thanks to Billy.
Yeah, he's revealed it all to us.
We have found the fingerprint of God, and I think I've had enough of Billy for tonight. Zach, we can talk more about Billy if you want to sometime. Let me know.
Yeah.
Billy has a lot of stuff. I noticed. I was looking around and it's like, oh boy, Billy's got a lot of videos. So, like I say, Billy was just a little extra we wanted to look at. The initial video was the one I wanted to cover, and this one just came up again. These arguments aren't new. They're still using them. And I saw there's videos that are out very recently that are covering the same stuff, and they're using all the same stuff. And if you go back and watch a lot of the same the vibrations and how they're resonating through the pyramid with the rocks and the tuners and everything, Mr. Mittendorf, it's a tough name. I want to make sure I get it right. Mittendorf, just like it sounds, and Mr. Carson have a lot of similarities, although, as Zach mentioned, they seem to embellish the stories, and that's what Billy was doing. He was kind of taking the old stuff and adding a few new little things to it, but a lot of the same stories, and it's just retelling. And I don't know, Zach, I found most of it to be just a bunch of rocks, and they're amazed that people could do what they did, and so it has to be magic, right?
Yeah, basically, because the vibrational rocks vibrated and resonated with the aquifer water to create the things, to do the stuff. And it's all proved by, the pi ratio magnified by a golden triangle. So, we're all right. I think he's fully explained everything. It's just like the thing I don't get is aside from just people being ignorant and like kind of wanting to believe stupid bullshit, like I don't get how people can listen to this stuff and just go, do you know what? Yes, that is 100% the most accurate thing. Of course, there's nothing wrong with what he said at all. Everything seems completely sane and normal. What are you on about? I can't fathom it. I lack that form of empathy.
And the bottom line is, if you're going to build a power plant, rock does not conduct electricity very well. It's a better insulator. Yeah. And again, a lot of the pyramid is filled with fill. There's no room for, any type of machinery or wiring or piping or anything like that. It's just not there.
It's so heavy. All the weight of that pyramid on just anything would just crush it because it's a lot of stone.
Yeah. And you can say that it was stripped all the copper wiring, which is funny. It's a good joke. I think everybody got the joke. But no, it just didn't happen. And I again cannot deny that there may have been parlor tricks going on with electricity going way back than we know. If anybody has ever scuffled their feet on the carpet and touched somebody and gave them a little poke, right? Or if you rub a balloon on yourself and it sticks on the wall or something, right? These little things could have been found out. I could see, like I said earlier, some really dry sand in like a glass tube or something, and maybe you'd shake it around. You could maybe generate a little static charge on it, right? Little parlor tricks and that. I could go with that. Even if that's possible, you're making one tiny little spark. Okay. That's not going to do anything. It's not going to do anything. Other than being a parlor trick. That's it. You can't use it to electroplate stuff. You can't use it to weld. You can't use it to power anything. And you can't run it through wire because there's no current going on. It just arced a spark, done and over with. You're done, right? Yeah. So even if we grant the parlor tricks, it wasn't a 500-story, whatever it is, parlor trick. It just wasn't. It was a tomb. There's good reason they did. They wanted to be the biggest and bestest tomb, right? And if you haven't seen that through mankind, you missed something. People love having the biggest and bestest with their name on it. You might want to check that part out of history. So this guy here, just to wrap things up for fun, this guy wants to prove that you could indeed generate electricity with the pyramids.
Oh.
So he's going to set out, go to the pyramid and everything, all right?
Oh, sweet.
And we're going to see if, he can actually prove it. And so it is.
Egypt for 2 weeks, and I've just returned from an adventure inside 3 pyramids. I went inside the Giza pyramid, inside the Red pyramid, and inside the Bent pyramid.
Actually went there and everything, okay? So you don't have to travel there. He's doing all the work for us.
It's good. I can't travel. We need somebody to do it first, and a good man for doing it.
I've come to this realization that I know how to create electricity inside the pyramid using the energy inside the pyramid, using a DC motor and a wind turbine. I'm going to go.
What? I'm going to make a pyramid.
He's going to use
with my DC motor and wind turbine.
Yeah, he's going to use a DC motor to make electricity with a fan on it.
No, cool.
Yeah. So what he's going to do is
magic.
While he's in Egypt, and I'll give it to him, and we'll skip ahead here. I'll explain it because I don't want to. Watching the whole thing's a little pointless. He actually goes to a little store here, right? Yeah. And he finds one of those little handheld fans that runs on like one little battery, and he finds an LED. And him and his partner, he buys the stuff and he says, "That was pretty cheap. It's only a couple bucks." All right. And then they do a little street electronics here. They take this little hand fan apart.
Yeah.
And using the DC motor and the fan and an LED and a little circuit board in there, they're going to backwire it so that when the fan spins, it lights up the LED, right? Yeah. Understand? So they're using the motor as a generator backwards, okay?
Yeah.
And let's see. Yeah, okay. Okay, so now they're going to blow on it.
LED. So the next step is to head to the pyramid and see if it works.
Let's see what we got. There you go. He's blowing on it, and it lights up, okay?
So our boy here is trying to help us out to make this work. So far we managed to get the bulb going off two little batteries are about 1 volt each. Or we can get the motor going off the battery, but we can't get the motor to make the bulb go yet. It's a simple problem. I don't know why we can't solve it. We're not using any capacitors or resistors, which might be causing an issue. That's why we have coffee for these.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
See it light up?
Yeah, you know. We can see light. So if we can get that
Okay.
onto the pyramid.
Now, my son and I worked on a science project, making a battery, right?
Yeah.
You know, green energy, all that kind of good stuff. And we wanted to, making a battery, you can make a battery out about just about anything.
Yeah.
And we got citric acid and we juiced ours up really good and everything. And yeah, we got a bunch of LEDs to light up. It was really neat. LEDs don't need a lot of voltage or a lot of current at all. Okay. It's about the least thing you can possibly light up with the least amount of electricity is an LED. Okay. Now this is pretty neat. Yeah. You wired it up. So when you blow in the fan really, really hard, you can get this little LED to light up. Okay. So now we've got our test equipment and we're off to the pyramids.
Basically,
there's a little passage that goes through into the king's chamber. This is the first chamber. The only way up without this staircase would be through the chimney, which has got 2 blocks that you can drop. It's not until 5 years ago that this staircase was finished, which gives us access up there. Before, it was a really dodgy ladder that you wouldn't have wanted to go up. With lockdown, like, people haven't really been traveling a lot, and there isn't a lot of tourism in Egypt right now. So when we're in here, there's no one else in this room right now. Like, it's incredible. So next step is to get up into near the king's chamber where the air vent is and see what we can do. This chamber, you can see it's a corbelled ceiling, but on all 4 sides, which they haven't really done on other pyramids.
And again, that looks like mortar to me. Right?
Yeah.
Is that not mortar? I mean, looks like mortar to me. Okay.
Yeah. No nail can get in there. Not
that's why you can't stick your finger in there. Okay.
Yeah.
And you see these holes where they would have fit little pieces of wood to fix things, but design is incredible.
coming down.
Yeah, he's getting some good access wherever he's at here.
And this is
pretty cool.
Well done. Yeah, that's the point where they would have fixed a rope.
So we get a lot of great shots of the pyramid here.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Wind is a bit lower than it was last time I was here, so we're going to be lucky if this works, but we've got to give it a try. Look at that. It's such a good defensive point. If you pull away that, I mean, I was scared to be under that.
I shouldn't be there. Like a 2x4 holding up a big block there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where's that pin?
Okay.
And this would have been used to block off this passage. And this is where we feel the wind.
Okay, you got a breeze.
not drop this LED down into oblivion. Okay. One. Very good lights, right?
Yeah. Really has to get it kicking, doesn't he?
Yeah, you gotta get going, sir.
But it's moving. See, it's moving. If I can amplify this and close up the space by creating a small hole to focus the wind through, this might turn off. So, cardboard time. Okay. Almost.
It's moving.
Oh my god, that's close. Give me the other card.
Make sure if you're going to generate electricity, you bring plenty of cardboard boxes.
It's the wind turbine.
Key.
Science experiment. No law has been broken here. I am generating electricity right here. It's just the voltage isn't getting enough to get that bulb on. But when I blow and add some more,
Not a bulb, it's a LED.
it goes. So with an increase, if we could seal this up properly, which we're not allowed to do, this is just MacGyver vibes, that will go. But let's take a minute and see what else we can do.
I saw it.
Did you? Yeah. Did you see it?
Yeah.
You saw it?
100%.
Watch.
There we go.
There we go.
Light or no?
This is the first time in history that anyone has lit a light bulb using the energy inside.
It's not a light
the pyramid.
bulb.
Yeah.
I believe. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but like I've been researching, and it doesn't seem like anyone else is doing it. Hold the bottom bit here. Hold that. Hey, done. Whoa. All right, turn the camera light off.
Get ready. Get ready.
If you can get with one hand, turn that camera light off.
Oh, there it is. Yes. And
dodgy connection come up.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not wrong. It is the first time that that it was that the pyramids actually generated electricity. So well done to him.
I thought it was hilarious. It was worth a look. So apparently the Egyptians had LEDs, motors that Tesla invented, and fan blades, and some way to
hey, if he can do it now, they can do it then.
Again, have a parlor trick of lighting up an LED, and you can see how much trouble they had lighting up an LED. Okay, and again,
and it paid off.
You can light up an LED with a potato battery. So that fan motor setup there wasn't ideal either, and just to get that LED going. But I guess it's built
more than the other two.
Yeah, they built the entire pyramids so there would be a draft if you open the door on each end. And then you could put a fan in the chambers and it would spin and make electricity.
Hey, if it works, it works. You can't argue with results.
But I mean, dude traveled to Egypt to conduct the experiment. I mean, that's impressive, and built a little test device along the way,
He was right. He has done more research than the other people. So
he did. But I thought it was hilarious, and of course, it's nonsense. If you have all that stuff already, you don't need to build the pyramid. You'd be better off sticking it in the Nile River and getting hydroelectric, right?
Yeah.
But an amusing idea, anyways. Maybe they was sitting around smoking and said, "Dude, I wonder if we could get some electricity, right?"
Yeah,
because that's what the vibe I got from it.
It totally was. Yeah,
I was entertained, though. I appreciate it. Yeah, and with that, yeah, we've been going for a while, so we're gonna wrap things up tonight. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was.
I had a lot of laughs. Like I say, I like to have some laughs on my channel, and success. I had some laughs. I hope you all did too. Zach, thanks for joining me.
Just right
Always a pleasure. And yeah, once again, Zach down at the bottom in the description. Go subscribe to his channel. And while you're down there, make sure you're subscribed to my channel. Hit the bells so you're notified, because you don't know. Zach and I might be talking about pyramids again sometime, and you don't want to miss it, right?
Hey, you don't want to miss out.
Zach, you got anything coming up you want to plug?
Tomorrow I'm going to be on Mr. Beverly's channel arguing about whether we're living a simulated universe or not. And other than that, I bring videos out every Wednesday, and I do streams every Sunday. So that's it.
Okay, and we once again, if you're interested in the ARC protest, Joe over at the Kentucky Atheist and some other folks are heading up organizing it this year, and they're lining up guest speakers and everything. And you know, again, it's not set in stone, right?
Yeah.
Please don't take that. You know, there's a lot of time between now and then. The lineup could change, whatever, but this is a little advance notice here. He's working on the artwork, obviously, over there. And yeah, if you're interested in that, go over there. There's going to be all kind of things going on, and there's going to be ways to support the effort going on. So go over there, help them out.
Yeah.
That's coming up July 6th, which is the anniversary of the place opening, which is why they protest on that date, in case you're wondering.
Yeah, if you can go, because I can't. Fill my spot.
And yeah, like I said earlier, join us every Saturday night at the Atheist. We have Atheist panel that comes on. We take a look at videos. Last week we had a great show, more viewers than we've had before. So we're hoping to keep building that, and stop by and support, get that numbers up, keep us up in the algorithm. We've had numerous new people coming in saying we were showing up in the feeds, and that's what we like to hear.
Yeah.
So, and with that, Zach, say goodbye, and I'm going to play my outro.
Oh, yeah.
Goodbye, everybody. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, the Bizzles, yo.
Without a sound, history speaks in tales of lore, knocking at the captive desk's door. Oh, legends live within these walls, silent echoes in the halls, books and stories on the floor, knocking at the captive desk's door. Oh, captive desk. Hold our dreams where reality and no myth seems. In conversations quiet flow, the mysteries untold will know. Legends live within these walls, silent echoes in the halls, books and stories on the floor, knocking at the captive text. Nerves are wide, hearts are keen, pages turn to secret scene, ancient maps and hidden lore, knocking at the captive text door. Oh, captive desk, hold our dreams where reality and no myth seems. In conversations quiet flow, the mysteries untold will know. Here we sit in wondrous grace as the story